All right. So, where we had last left off, you guys had traveled out of Timbermore, came across a few things on the way, and ended up in the trapped town of Medensk, realizing that it's in this weird suspended space, we'll call it. It has put everybody a little bit on edge. Kim a little bit more than others. Cough, cough. Nudge, nudge. And after a night's rest and a divination spell being cast to, if I remember the quote specifically, how to release the people of Medensk. I could be probably wrong on that. Oh, sweet.
Nope,
Woo.
that was pretty close.
Hell yeah. A dream sequence was had that involved Inra and a few other aspects, that being a butterfly landing on his shoulder, a horrible looking Kenku individual, and a collection of individuals chanting and performing music. We will pick up with you guys waking up in Medensk, the morning, if you can call it that.
Let me check my spells for the day. What are other people doing?
Asher might strike up a conversation with Kim, since we all crammed into the cart together, and Asher is presently decompressing his bones from a night between Kim and Pro.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me unfold my spine real quick.
That's an accordion noise.
Yeah. It's okay, I'm an academic. I'm used to crunching myself into a small space for long periods of time, and then remembering I have a spine a few hours later. Oh yeah, Asher might ask as we're like kind of getting ready for the day. Those Everbright crystals seemed peculiar. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
God, have I?
Particularly like the flashbang explosion? No.
No, didn't think so. Well, it would be hard to process something into makeup if it exploded. So, not really.
Can you imagine what someone might want to do with a stone like that?
I think it's pretty on the nose.
Asher kind of puts his hands on his hips and peers around. Well, someone is very eager to collect.
I am eager to meet them.
Asher kind of breathes a laugh. And what will you do when you meet them?
She like raises a fist.
That personal, huh? Well, if it gets us out of
Although
here.
I could be persuaded into a little chat.
Whatever gets us out of here, I really don't care what you do with them.
Maybe we'll find something beneficial for the both of us.
That is usually the plan, isn't it? We'll keep our eyes open. But whatever
Yes,
gets us
sir.
out of here, it's fine by me.
Alright. Well, as all of you are rousing and having your conversations, Inra, who spent the night leaning up on Igmut, comes to, gets himself all set up, and you all will hear there's a lot of movement in the village. I dare not call this a town. And it seems that everybody is very quickly rousing from their tents or their homes if they're lucky enough to have a fully built one. And everybody seems to be grabbing equipment. No checks needed for this. It's all pickaxes and shovels and all manners of mining equipment. And everybody is gathering at the point of town where you had initially come through. And it seems like there's maybe like 30, 40 people at most around here. Hear them all muttering and what have you. You will notice though that Hedda and Tessie are not joining them.
Okay. Well, listen.
I believe they do stuff on the other shift.
That's the way that it was described to you, yes.
Okay. Just trying to remember everything correctly.
Yeah.
Hedda had that I'll take the night shift energy. I can sit alone with my guilt, that kind of vibe.
It seems as though they're all getting ready to go. They're all gathering up and ready to walk as a group together.
Okay.
And
I would like to reconvene with my companions and tell them what I dreamed of last night.
ooh, okay. Better get the minis over. Yoink. All right. Yeah, you reconvene. Cart's still there. Everybody's alive.
For now.
Low bar, but you know.
We've got to start somewhere.
Take
Yeah.
what we can get.
Mhm.
Good morning, friends.
Well rested.
Aye, it's been an illuminating night. I spoke to the woods of these places and asked them how we might free ourselves of this predicament. And I believe it has something to do with young Inra over here.
Enra, who's half awake, just raises his head. Huh?
Do you still have your fiddle with you?
Yeah.
Oh, bring it with you today. I'd like to speak to some of the people as they go about their work. A little bit of music might bring them some hope.
Are you sure about that?
Quite sure.
From above, I think Howlin has been kind of loitering in an above area, probably strumming or bowing, whatever instrument. Probably a numerous instrument sounds happening, none of them really complete. He will suddenly perk up. Inra, my friend, you have been divinely foretold, and then like land right beside you guys.
Is that what we're calling it?
My cousin dreamt it. He has the like Buzz Lightyear wing over Inra's back, gesturing towards Buckthorn.
I didn't want to put pressure on you, but I
Pressure.
think our way out of this situation has something to do with gathering the will of the people, and I know no better way to coordinate a group than through music. Is that
Strum,
not
strum,
so,
strum.
cousin?
Howlin is punctuating things that you're saying with little strums and ditties.
He kind of
It's
like
adorable.
he's bug-eyed at you. Make a persuasion check.
Which one of us?
Ooh.
Can I give you inspiration? Okay.
I'll let you both roll one separately.
Okay. I'm actually pretty persuasive. Yeah, okay.
So
What
am
with
I
being a
actually.
diplomat.
Yeah.
I am doing that like I'm doing that urgent.
no.
Oh boy.
Well, first thing in the morning is rough.
Yeah.
Should I dip into the inspiration pool for this?
I will say with a nat 1, like don't bother with
Oh,
it.
right. This is you do other inspiration, not reroll inspiration.
Yeah.
I'll say maybe it's a measure of Inra more than you.
Yeah,
Maybe he
that's
just
what I was
doesn't wanna-
thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
He's having a nat one kind of day.
Really,
Helen's
this is
doing-
that one.
Yeah, Howlin's doing the kind of like, you know, when you start playing something and you're encouraging someone to join you, there's like leaving little openings of like, and now you join with your fiddle, and now the harmony of this would be, but like it's not coming. He keeps doing the stage arm to Inra, like, and
You're just like slowly, he keeps like turning his head to look at you. Look, maybe. Okay, just
maybe.
let's find out more before I do that. Okay, if you don't mind.
Fair enough. I believe the other detail that I remember was some sort of butterfly.
Butterfly.
Hopefully not the ones we've seen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Was
Maybe
it that
that's-
kind of butterfly?
No,
Yeah.
very different. Very different.
Okay.
Yeah, it
The
was.
princess, no, not that sort.
It was. Hold on, let me double check my notes on this one because there was a specific reason for it.
It was
Epic.
foreshadowing something.
Some bullshit. Fuck.
Could have been a metaphorical butterfly. What do butterflies symbolize again? The
It
monarch
was
butterfly symbolizes.
it
Rebirth,
was like an orangish yellow,
Okay.
but like
Butter.
bright color, very like metallic-y, like reflective, very vibrant.
Melted butter.
Melted butter.
I hope Buckthorn like described it exactly like that.
I don't know if Asher can consider anything he's ever read about butterflies and their symbology or anything like that, if he could tap into his brain at all about this.
Dream dictionaries.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
they're around.
what are your sub skills again? I can't remember all of them.
Escapology, appraising, planar lore, and information gathering.
Okay. I'll let you do history then.
Okay. It's a 7.
7.
Wow. We are not
Not really my wheelhouse.
Nah, nothing with butterflies comes to mind.
Fauna isn't really
Oh wait,
Asher's thing.
I have cryptozoology. Would that help you?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Like, wait a minute, I know butterflies.
Wait a second.
I rolled a 15.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
15. As far as butterflies, or I'll even say butterfly-like creatures. Obviously, like the death butterfly swarm that you guys came across, but that is nowhere anywhere near that kind of descriptive thing. There are like spirits that have been known to kind of take a form of a butterfly. There have been like fey creatures as well. As far as names or exact descriptors of what they are/could be, you got nothing. But you can put it in the wheelhouse of, if we're gonna put them in like a creature category, undead/fey. Either one of those.
Okay.
Okay. So Helen's going to raise that to you all between strums.
I'm just trying to think back to any. Oh my god, he rolled a natural 20, my boy.
Hey! Not just trying to think. You won at thinking. Congratulations.
He won at thinking.
Aw, he deserves a win.
Just one though. No more for today. You've hit your limit, young man.
I hope you enjoyed that nat 20.
Last round you're gonna get.
He's gonna pull one like just way out of the air on this one, but he is going to think back and say, oh, okay, well, traveling with Val and thinking back to a few stories that my mom used to tell me when I was a kid. They're fairy dragons. They got little butterfly wings.
Ooh.
But last I heard or knew about that, they're not around. I thought. I don't know. Or at least maybe they don't leave the Feywild or the Fairy Forest. I don't know. But it's an option. We'll toss that in there, I guess.
On the prompting of fairy dragons, would I be able to know anything more about that? I haven't actually rolled about this yet.
Totally, yeah.
I have nature.
What sub skills? Because I also want to give you that 1 to 3 reroll if possible.
Subscales. Etiquette, tasting, sensitivity, bureaucracy, information gathering.
Okay. I will make you use that, I promise.
Butterfly taste.
It's
Butter.
it's what's that
Lightly
Yukon
salted.
Cornelius, the guy from Rudolph who like licks the pickaxe and is like nothing.
Look, it'll come in handy someday.
Oh, it will.
Or rather, it won't.
I promise it will. I'll give you nature.
Ominous.
Better than a 1. Not good enough.
Can I do anything to help you in this regard?
I mean, he could give me inspiration, but... Or I could
I
use
am-
it
I'll
as
allow it.
Don't waste it
inspiration,
on
but-
this.
You guys
Yeah,
have been
I got so
communicating.
many.
You guys have been communicating about this out loud, and I'd definitely allow an inspiration to be used here, a bardic inspiration
Yeah.
specifically.
I've been playing this whole time, and I keep saying things.
Yeah.
So I'm going to strum and say, oh, strum as I repeat the tone fairy dragon to my cousin for bardic inspiration. Musing as I go around fairy dragon, fairy dragon.
So that's a D8.
Yep.
Another 4, which brings my total up to 13.
Okay, 13. Better than a 9.
Yes. 4 better, even.
Yeah. You have not seen a fairy dragon in your lifetime, but you have definitely heard tales of them being around in the fairy forest. Treat it more like, the fisherman who says, "Oh, I caught the biggest fish in the lake, but it jumped out of my boat." That kind of situation.
The one that got away.
Yeah, the one that got away situation. But to those stories, there's usually a grain of truth in there. Usually. Or just kind of puts up his hands and like slaps the side of his thighs. No, I got nothing else.
I think at the very least it might be useful for us to converse with the people who've been here a bit longer. Keep a weather eye out. Examine that mine a bit. See what leads we can find there. Because if that creature is able to come and collect, I imagine it must not be that far away.
Well, let's find out. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Very quickly, when you mentioned the idea of the creature, it's like the instrument that Howlen is holding is swapped for a sickle. 2 sickles, actually.
One frame movement, just sickles in hand. Yeah.
If you don't warn
I agree
Howlen,
with you.
he will kill on sight.
As you guys are finished having this conversation, you will notice that the main group of individuals is heading down the path in the woods, most likely to the mines that Hedda had told you about.
Yeah, probably in line with the map that Asher's been kind of illustrating during his time here.
All right. So are you guys going to meander with them?
Maybe at the back.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm marching right through, and you hear the echo of Howlen Fairfeather the Fourth of the Eventale Wilders, specifically Wilders of the Talon, like going through this like otherwise quiet shuffling crowd is what I imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The most morose, just parade of miners, and then Howlen Fairfeather comes through.
The fourth.
Sparkling, shimmering, splendid.
Well, as you guys march with the morose miners and Howlen being Howlen, Inra's chuckling, honestly. Like he understands it does not fit the vibe of what's happening here, but he's just he's chuckling. He's not really like he's doing no more than a smirk, but he is chuckling.
Oh shucks.
The fact that they get along is mind-boggling.
I know. And I'm the one who's making it happen.
Right?
The trip there is no more than 30 minutes, and I'm gonna move over to the map for that specific spot. We got Asher in the corner, we got Kim, we got Howlen. Inra's somewhere, there he is. And
Oh god, we already lost him.
he fell in the
He
bush.
walked 2 feet into the fog and he's gone.
Guys.
Oh god.
Gotta hold his hand.
Supermarket energy.
Play the fiddle if you need help.
This is why I really have locate creature on.
Oh god.
I kept talking last week about a spell I wanted to cast just to see. Can I try warding wind to see what happens to this fog around us just while we're walking?
Sure. Let me look at that spell.
Here comes the hurricane.
Oh wait. Bitch.
Katrina?
A strong wind, 20 miles per hour, blows
Yeah, maybe it's a
around.
bit too much. I just looked at it again. Maybe I should not put us in a wind tunnel. That, like, it also deafens you and other creatures in the area, so I take that back.
We don't need that kind of help right now. Maybe if we're desperate.
Yeah, I just kind of looked at it again.
Little
I'm
tornado.
like, just 20 miles.
I was like, I know how to fix this. Starts a natural disaster.
Colin, like this, doing everything wrong.
Sucks up the village. And the miners. Yeah, problem solved.
Yeah, we might be able to relocate it. Like
Wizard of Oz
with the tornado.
Fucking.
Okay, how high does the mist rise?
Oh god.
You rose over it, didn't you, when you flew up?
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
So you didn't necessarily like rise above it. You kind of think of it like a low-hanging cloud, just perpetually. You were able to fly up high enough where you could see the town lights below, but you were still within that foggy sphere, we'll call it. You were not able to get above it and or out, as it was. The map here shows that like, oh, the cliffside isn't covered in fog. Well, it's either that or, well, I do that. So, neither option is good.
Right. So I was wondering if I could like kind of fly up and try and disperse it overhead where it won't deafen or blow people away. But might clear up the sky and kind of improve this dreary mood. That kind of like...
Yeah, sadly that... Howlin can put two and two together. Probably won't work out the way that he hopes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just too much of it.
Once the boy does math.
It would be too exhausting.
Yeah.
And it would probably just like, after you blow it away and then it would just come back.
Yeah. He's like, I'm dying out here. I'm trying to. I think Howlin ends up coming back a little defeated and is like, it's so bleak.
Yeah.
They've been forced servitude. Do you think that's a positive experience?
I don't think Howlin's listening to you.
Good. Honestly, I don't think he's ready to hear that yet.
As you guys approach, you can see that there is a decent-sized pavilion, I guess we'll call it, where you can see that there are ever-bright crystals that are just out and about, seemingly looking to be sorted. There are several logs strewn about. Many of the trees around here have been chopped down. There is a stairway to get to the upper levels of the cliff, where there is a small, like, just little canvas being held up by posts. Somebody is already starting to walk up there and sit down in a chair. They seem to have a crossbow in their lap. But otherwise, everybody else is immediately walking into the mine itself over here. So I will give you guys free reign.
Can we go into the mine?
Absolutely.
Asher might ask the person with the crossbow sitting outside, does trouble usually come around, or is this just standard procedure?
You look at a human man, full beard, the largest, like, bags and, like, puffy eyes, and he just, like, gives a very, like, exaggerated frown and just shakes his head. Not much happens, but I'm here anyways.
Well, you do good work. And I'm gonna hand him a Jolly Ranger and then head inside after Kim.
You put it like on his thigh. He just kind of looks at it and like looks at you as you walk away and just kind of picks it up, examines it for a moment, and like slowly, like almost like tentatively, like thinking about it. He stops every so often, but he ends up like putting it in his mouth and enjoys it.
Aww.
Inspiration, because Jolly Ranger, baby.
Give a sad man some candy.
Yeah.
My God, he deserves it. Look at the man.
Yeah. So where do you guys want to go here? Who do you want to talk to? Just kind of place your minis where you want to be.
I want to be in the mine, baby.
The mines.
I will follow Kim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Follow Kim wherever she may go.
Inner will do the same.
She's the mine
Okay,
expert, so.
We won't split up yet, but maybe later.
If you guys shift the green slider down, there is also an interior to the mine.
He leans on the wall like,
Clean cut sentiment.
Aww.
Give us a rock check. What are your rock facts, Kim?
That's a
Yeah,
rock
God, what are my
fact.
rock facts?
Oh no.
Rock fact.
I love Over the
Yeah.
Garden Wall. Anyways.
That's a 20.
Oh,
Tell me about the
damn.
mine.
okay. Oh God. Specific rock facts of the mine. Well, I can tell you that the initial entrance is not very clean cut. It seems to be very natural in its formation,
Oh.
and they seem to have
Naturally
worked
occurring
around
ones.
that. Once you get a little bit further in, there is a split where to your right it looks as though it's been cut into and is no longer being actively mined. They now just have a spot for sitting down, eating. They have like a small bookshelf there as well, just for anybody who is taking the break. Maybe they can take some time to read for themselves. Following the tracks down, you will be able to see the active mine, and this is where it's actually it's kind of split, where it's clean cut, worked versus naturally formed. They have widened the cave and mine as much as they feasibly could have, and at the far end you can see that there is a large collection of Everbright crystals of multiple colors, from purple to blue, turquoise, green. It's just a cavalcade of colors in this area. As far as any other, let me think, geology wise, I'll give this to you. It seems that at a certain point the cleanliness and the I guess the skill of that would be indicative of like a proper professional mine disappears. It's jagged. It's all in all ways. It just looks like they've just been smacking against a wall. That's it. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no math involved. It seems as though they have seen what they want, and they get rid of it, and then they move on. That's a problem for you in your mind. That means potentially unstable.
Structural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, less positive, but cozy, isn't it?
Inra. Yeah. Cozy.
It's rocks.
Question, DM. Are Everbright crystals found in sedimentary, igneous, or metamorphic rock formations?
Doesn't matter, actually.
Oh.
They have been found in all manners of stone, and in some cases they have been found just above ground in like clay and even loose soil.
Fascinating.
Kim is probably
That has
rattling
weird
off facts.
implications for the world.
Well, it's a little bit weird. There's a death moon.
Yeah, that's true. There is a death moon. I nearly forgot about the death moon.
I did.
Yeah, not surprised. Wrong.
Yay, Death Moon.
Celestial evil?
I'm going to chalk up the structural integrity to the fact that they are being forced to build this thing as fast as possible. So,
Yeah.
Poor working conditions.
Yes.
I'm sure evil doesn't care about OH&S.
That's generally proven, yeah.
You can see that most of the individuals that you had walked with are in the mines. Very few went to what looks like the sorting table under the pavilion, and even fewer are dealing with any wood or logs or what have you. It seems that everybody else is packed in here. It is the tightest quarters, Kim, that you've ever seen. And as you stand there looking at all these people, hearing the picks hit stone, seeing Everbright crystals be pulled out and or fall to the stone ground, you have this moment of thinking back to home. You have the thought of home, of Althea, of your wonderful little mining town where people come and go, but where some choose to stay. Think back to what it was like being there, how homey it felt. And then to have that sense of home be torn away. Torn away when that night came, when your people were taken. When your town, were forced to do the same thing. I will let you decide how that affects Kim. Whether you want to do the saving throw like you did last time, or if you just want Kim to roll right through it.
I'm gonna go with saving throw.
Okay.
Wisdom, you think?
Yeah, I'll allow that. Either wisdom or charisma, whatever you want.
It's a 10.
Ooh, okay. I will say, and you can take this as you will, I will say that Kim is at minimum on the precipice of, we'll say, the bad ending of this thought, these flashbacks. You can decide which way she sways.
I think, despite being excited to go in, she actually can't bring herself to go in. So she's gonna stick to the entrance. And yeah.
Alright. Buckthorn, Asher, Alan, what are you guys doing?
If the other miners seem at all amenable to chatter, Asher might try to kind of strike up conversation with some of them just to see if he can get any stories about like weird goings-ons in the mine. Just any like, have you noticed anything off? Have you noticed anything interesting aside from the obvious? You know, just anything at all that might point us in a direction or somewhere to look in here.
Okay. I will have you roll information gathering. And we will.
I would like to help you with that.
Reroll of that.
Okay.
It's a 2, so I'll try that again. That's an 18. That's better.
Okay. If Buckthorn was helping, I'll say you can roll with advantage. So roll one more time.
Okay, just in case.
Just in case.
That's a 27. I'll take that one. Wow. So the first few miners weren't interested in talking, and then as we progressively like kind of worked the room.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I imagine how Buckthorn is helping is like bringing people like fresh water to drink or something like that, just generally providing care.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
Like little snacks, giving people cloths and stuff to wipe their faces with. Stuff that makes it just a little bit easier, a little bit less tiring and grim.
All right. Alan, how about you?
I think the unpleasantness of the way this mind feels seems to have contextualized. Look, I don't think he's going to say this internally, so it's probably out loud. He will say, "No wonder they are all so bleak. This is a tomb." Just sort of stopped playing music and looks around like a bit, looking kind of disgusted by the conditions. He's used to, trees.
Yeah.
Open skies.
Open skies, yeah, like,
soft nest.
That's the one.
I want you to roll a perception check.
Will you realize that they aren't happy about it either?
I rolled
you did already say.
Okay, natural 20. Okay. As you say those words out loud, you contextualize it more than just by sight, and it smells like a tomb to Howlin. It smells of the mildew of the stale air. And the energy of the people here, the emotions are equally as stale and dead. There is nothing to this place other than an inevitable monotony that is as inevitable as death.
Oh. Okay. I feel like that's a big word for Elmo. Like that's a big emotional understanding.
Yeah. Like Howlin has a sudden like, oh god,
epiphany.
I think there is something in this of
sucks.
Like, this sucks, and also like, ooh, death is a concept that Howlin has not thought about much before this little adventure with you guys. And I feel like you see like
death.
all of his just death. period.
Well, like you're a hunter.
A hunter of like beasts and foes, but everyone that I know is a winner and does not die like that, let alone in such god awful conditions. And so I think Howlin's got that like bird fluff of like, the feathers kind of like fluffing up.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a shiver up his spine. He's like, this is unpleasant in a way that is difficult to wrap his head around, and I think he might end up either I march further. No, I think I'll march out. I think he needs to go out.
Okay.
Oh my god, we're alone together.
Oh god, the party is split already. Like, we won't split the party yet. The party splits off from us.
I would like air, though, like far enough to see... Oh, wait, no, I can't see the sky. There's all this fog.
Mm-hmm.
But you will no longer have a roof over your head.
Honestly, Kim will probably go with you, even though you're annoying.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Blustery little wing flap when he gets outside that tries to dispel it, but it just comes back. This fog and
Miss the
sadness.
open air.
Not that I'll find any out here.
Well, there's air. It's just thick. My mind was less bleak.
I think Howlin looks at Kim in a way like, oh, are you... Like, elaborate.
It felt like spending time with people you loved.
Far better than this one, then.
I don't like it.
Nor do I.
Oh, we agree.
Helen nods. Like, obviously. What other takeaway is there?
Well, you could have just been out here because it's covered.
Wait, what? Mim's like, huh? Covered?
Like, underground. Birds don't underground.
Oh. I can handle any geographical setting, including underground and in caves.
Of course. Of course. My apologies.
Howlin accepts.
Of course he does.
What is cousin up to?
What information are me and Asher gathering?
Particularly, you were looking for anything abnormal beyond the obvious abnormal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The craziest thing that a lot of these people are going to mention to you is kind of what you already heard from Hedda, which was, them explaining how this all happened. And it's all the same. It's literally almost verbatim. Obviously, people have differing memories of it, but they're pretty darn close. And everybody is most definitely disturbed by the fact that, even in the mine, they don't feel like they're alone. Like, besides, obviously, the 30 plus people around them, they know that, come the end of the day, when they leave, something knows when they're gone and collects what they gathered. And that disturbs them. They feel that at any time, things themselves can be taken away.
Yeah, on that note, other than loved ones, has anything else gone missing besides what they leave out? Like, has food gone missing? Has other personal items gone missing? Or has it been pretty, triangulated around what they've mined since everything kind of happened?
It has only been the Everbright crystals that have the special property that go away. Any other ones, like just quote-unquote mundane Everbright crystals, remain.
Okay. I think what I would like to do, just sort of subtly, almost like I'm not even really thinking about it, is Buckthorn would like to make a mark on one of these special Everbright crystals.
Okay.
Something that just like a little scratch or marking with some chalk or pigment or something that won't damage it necessarily, but won't come off easily.
Okay.
Would you like to know why I'm doing that, or can I leave it a surprise?
You can leave it a surprise.
Okay.
You can leave it a surprise. I'll let that happen. As far as, let's see, marking it. What tools do you have?
I have, aside from my usual weapons, I have cartographer's tools, herbalism kit, mess kit.
I'll say then if you
I've
have
got a sickle and my staff and so on.
Okay, if you have an herbalism kit, then I'll say that you can have an ingredient that you know would be pretty difficult to remove, either it be from clothing or from whatever it stains.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll allow that. Are you trying to do it stealthily where nobody notices? Are you trying to do it where nobody notices, or just kind of like an idle little thing as?
Like an idle fidget, I'm just scribbling on something for the sake of scribbling on something.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So you can totally do that, and we'll say that a green crystal has been marked.
Cool. Good.
Very cool.
Is there anywhere in this mine that looks like it has been closed off? Or is it all, pretty open?
It is all very open.
Cool. Just checking. There's a forbidden cavern blocked off or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta always check for those.
Well, either way, though, I will have you roll investigation.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I would like to figure out is there any pattern to the type of people that have been brought here?
Ooh.
Like age group, geographical range, where they were heading, where they were when they disappeared.
Okay.
Try and figure out sort of what the commonalities or differences are between the people who have ended up here.
I'll have that be a part of your information gathering, and I'll handle that first.
Okay.
All the people here, believe it or not, besides you guys, were all part of the village when this happened. You guys are literally the first people to have wandered your asses in.
Okay. Well, so it's not just random. It's not a Hotel California situation.
No.
Not a very lovely place.
Mm.
Only a few lovely faces.
And there's not ready a room.
There are no rooms.
Not a nice surprise.
No.
You're up in the Hotel California.
We could play that. Expectant look at Inra, guitar solo.
Fiddle cover of Hotel California. Go.
Where is Inra in this all, by the way?
I will let you know in a moment. With the
God, he's
investigation
kidnapped.
check.
He's under a rock somewhere.
Oh God, he's dead. With the 21, you will not see there be first any obvious closed off passages, nor any that appear secreted away. There is definitely signs, however, of small cave-ins, and I'm talking where it's like they were hitting a specific point lower on the stone wall, and then everything above came tumbling down. There are definite signs of that. If the 21, no, I'll give it to you. There is a particular spot where there seems to be a large amount of dried blood.
Okay. Naturally, Asher is kind of mapping out the mines that he can access, without being too obstructed. So he's going to mark that down. Is Buckthorn still with him, or has Buckthorn wandered off?
I'm around. I'm around.
Asher's definitely gonna like call the buckthorn and point that out. Is it just like blood on the ground, or is it like there's a rock here and blood is seeping out from under it? Because that would be a different kind of story.
Is it dry? Is it wet?
It is very, very dry. It is almost impossible to tell the difference between the ground and this. They're almost the same color at this point, but there was enough of a keen eye to notice the difference. And as you kind of like mess with it with your boot and look at your boot, you can definitely tell that it has a little bit more of the crimson color to it. It seems that where one of these small cave-ins had happened, it stemmed from underneath, and some of the stones around it, which have not been moved, have the blood around them as well.
Somebody got their head bashed in on a rock slide.
Yeah. Certainly seems that way. I mean, yeah, Asher's probably gonna find someone nearby and just directly ask them if someone was injured there.
As you say that, and a few people kind of like look up and look at you, but go back to their work. One individual will bring up the fact that nobody died, but one of them had been pretty severely injured, and that they lost their leg.
Ooh.
I see.
And as a recollection thing, Tessie is the only person that you have seen here who has lost a leg.
Yeah. I'll thank them for the information.
Is it worth checking out this spot a little closer?
Oh, please don't use your sub skill.
I'm not going to lick the blood. One, it's dry. Two, we know whose it is.
Oh, yes.
Oh, jeez.
Buckthorn has to be like imbued with a concern of like, what are you going to lick, cousin?
Not this.
Good.
Look, the tasting sensitivity is for poison or medicine. It's fine. This isn't either.
I'll say with your passive investigations and what have you, nothing will clock other than it would be more for Kim, if anything, to like decipher more of like what exactly happened and how did this happen. But it definitely just seems like an unfortunate accident.
Okay. No obvious foul play.
No, none that screams out to you. No.
Makes sense. I think, Buckthorn is kind of loath to leave these people in misery. At the same time, like, you can see sort of the leafy greenness of his spring eladrin is sort of starting to wither, like an early frost has come. Or rather, a late frost has shown up and sort of killing back the buds. Not enough to like change seasons, but can tell this place is wearing on his mood a bit. Asher.
Oh, honey.
Yeah. Asher's kind of watching from the side of his eye.
Yeah, I think the other thing Buckthorn wants to do is ask around if anyone in the village plays musical instruments or if there were any fair festivals. I just kind of want to get people talking about like the good old days.
Okay. You will find that like in their inception, and though, you know, still being a new village at the time, currently, I should say, they never had like major celebrations. You know, people would celebrate each other's birthdays, or, you know, the harvest, or, you know, the night of enchantment, which is basically like the new year. But they didn't have anybody who was a good musician. They had one individual who was one of the people taken, who was trying to practice but was never really very good. Nobody in their village was musically inclined. So they didn't really have a lot of that.
Well, now here's a question. In terms of the, kind of along the same vein of what Buckthorn asked earlier, in terms of the people who were taken, is there any pattern to that? Were they mostly children, or were they people who were involved in certain disciplines?
Oh.
For example?
The individuals that were taken were in two demographics. Children, the few that at or below the age of 6, and elderly, with one outlier being the young woman who was trying to be more proficient in music. All in all, there were 10 people taken. 5 children, 4 elderly, and the one outlier.
Did the one outlier have any sort of disability that would make her, for example, not able to work in a mine?
Yes. You guys asking around, I'm gonna say with your high information gathering of 27 from before, you will find that young woman's husband, she was pregnant.
Yeah, that would be a reason. So, 0.5 taken, added to that. That's rough.
Priorities are quite clear.
Have there been any births or deaths since this has happened?
1 death. They got sick. They didn't have medicine. They sadly perished. So, to backtrack to what you had asked about Inra. Inra has... He walked in with all of you, and he noticed Kim and Howlin not enter. And at a certain point, like as Asher and Buckthorn walked forward, he stopped. And he just kind of stared forward for a moment, and then continued walking in. He has not spoken and does not speak to anybody. He just kind of walks around trying to look. He's observing. There's a certain point where he goes over to the small sorting bench that they have in here. And who has a passive perception that is, hold on, above a 13 or at a 13?
I do.
I do as well.
Okay, I'll have you both roll perception checks.
Okay.
Okay.
We're also not in the mine, so.
Oh yeah, you guys aren't in there.
Oh, Bucky. Damn.
Oh, all right. You both succeed. You will notice that Inra seems to clock which pile is the special crystals and which ones aren't. And he grabs one of the special crystals, a small one, a hand-sized one, and puts it in his pocket.
What you doing, little guy?
He's plotting.
Scheming.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a scheme.
He seems like the guy who lets off fireworks at New Year's but ends up in the emergency room.
Oh no! Don't manifest that!
Let a boy be cool. Let a man have schemes.
Yeah, I'll put my marked rock in to replace that one.
Okay. Very sly, very sly.
Oh, look at you guys. I have no idea what you guys are doing.
Neither do I
don't know what
honestly.
Indra's doing, but I'll wink at him.
He'll give just a slight little nod to you as he notices you do that. But as he continues to walk around, he gets this more of like a tight tenseness to his face, his gait. Everything about him seems more tense. At a certain point, he slightly with haste leaves the mine and heads outside. And as he rounds around. He steps past Howlin and Kim a little bit. And you just see that he's like, specifically for Howlin and Kim, he is holding at his, like, I shouldn't say holding, he's just open palmed, pressing his hand against his armor over his chest. And he's just taking deep breaths. Just does that for a while.
Insight check the boy.
Kim looks at Howlin, unfortunately, and gestures, nods her head like, go on.
Mim goes, why are you gesturing to Howlin? But
You guys have a rapport!
Look, I'm standing outside. I think Howlin has abandoned the instruments for now and is just doing that, like, spinning the sickles in a way that is preparing for a fight. As in, like, I want to find and kill the Kenku thingy now. But yeah, now Inra's outside having a moment. I think if Kim looks at Howlin's looking back at you. Anyway, what?
Talk to him. Do you know how we were upset by being in the mine? Maybe he is too.
Howlin is computing. Okay, yep, sure. Howlin's going to walk over to Inra.
Mm-hmm. Sees you
I suppose I should insight check him.
if you wish.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can I
In
assist?
character.
I will let you do
You
your
sent
own
me.
insight from a distance.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
You sent me. I don't like.
Yeah, that checks out. How's the little boy? How's the boy? How's the
Why
guy?
did you send me?
We're gonna let this play out. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Kim's like, this will be good for Howlin's character development. I was like, I'm having character development? No. No,
Kim-
you must be mistaken. I'm already developed.
Oh no!
I just love the idea of the phrase, I'm already developed.
Oh man, actually I'm 11, so shut the fuck up. Okay.
Oh god.
Yeah, what's Kim seeing so that I have nothing to work with?
Kim, obviously Inra is trying to take deep breaths, but you can't see his face, his back is to you, but what you can see is like his head is moving every which way. He keeps like looking up to the sky, and you can see the fog that is surrounding him kind of gets like blown away into these little swirling wisps as he's exhaling his deep breaths. He's trying to, very clearly to you, either compose himself or he's trying to figure out his thoughts.
Maybe
Oh
sending an
my
irritation was not
God.
the best idea.
Well, you already did, so now Howlin, with no idea what is happening to him, will say, it is rather stuffy in there, isn't it?
He kind of like jolts for a second. He was in his own world and was not expecting anybody to walk up to him. But he jolts and looks at you real quick and, yeah, it's, hard to
Goodness.
breathe.
Howlin like flinches back at the reaction because, how does he look, by the way? How does Inra's face look?
To put it in Howlin terms,
Dumb it down for me.
Give me that translation.
his eyes for the briefest of moment before realizing who he's talking to looked like the eyes of a cornered predator.
Prey? Or predator?
Right?
No, predator.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Huh? Well, I mean, predator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what?
I think Howlin sort of gives that considered look and will say, well, that expression suits you slightly better than that of a rodent.
Huh? What? What'd I do?
You have a look about you. Cornered as you might be, there's potential in it.
I don't know, Howlin.
Howlin's like considering him from a new angle, like, what? what's happening? But I don't think he would roll another insight check. I think this is just the like sizing you up as a companion kind of look. I think probably Helen will ask, we haven't had time to exchange words. Are you some manner of hunter? Have you hunted?
For more than what I've needed to survive on the road, no.
That's hardly the hunting I'm referring to. Trophy hunting.
Oh,
glory hunting.
No, I've never done that. It's not my thing, I guess. I don't even know what my thing is at this point anymore.
Music, I believe. Same as mine. I was born into a thing, as you say, but then I elected a thing of my own.
Oh.
Hence.
And
Strum! It's back out again.
Yeah, hence.
and how's that gone for you?
Well, there's like a significant pause, a notable pause, like his brain just switched off. When it switches back on, it's straight back into the fanfare, but I will say there is like a pause button on Howland.
Was it gone well?
For the travels that I have had, I have been able to compose songs for all the journeys and the heroes met along the way. My brave cousin Buckthorn, the mysterious Asher, her. And Helen's just kind of like floating around and talking. Of course, the adventure is only half underway, and then I met your friends. Suppose that's where it becomes a little tricky.
Yeah, it does. Tricky for all of us.
All of my songs end in glory. This one seems to be slightly different, and so I don't think I quite know how to compose this tale.
He looks you in the eyes and says, I don't know how to compose this one either. He's not talking about music.
Howlin doesn't know it, but neither is he.
He's so close.
Let them cook. Let them cook. Patience.
Helen sees that kind of like look that Inra is like eye contact was attempting to be made, I believe, and Howlin keeps on kind of. I imagine Howlin sort of strutting around while talking, sort of like the way that you pace and like the theater thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Howlin just keeping his head looking at Inra while he walks around.
Oh my god, you're right. You're right. Yeah, so Howlin's circling, but the head is.
The head isn't.
On Inra.
Oh, man.
He does turn away though when Inra says that, and says, "Well, yes, you wouldn't be able to compose it because you haven't picked up your instrument."
Yeah, I really haven't.
They seemed very glad to give it to you. Seems a shame to let it go to waste.
Looks at the ground and just kind of like digs his toe into the soft earth. There's a lot that's been given to me that I'm not sure is going to waste or not. And I honestly just don't know what to do. I don't have the goals, the confidence. Not the same that you guys do. I don't know what I'm doing.
You get that like, the harsh kind of like off-tune pluck of a mist string before Howlin sort of sharply says, "Well, then you have to find it."
He looks at you with the most sincerity that he can. I promise I've been trying. I just don't know. I don't know. And I may not. I just may not.
I will say that little Inra's got such a the way that Inra bounces back against all of Howland's attempts to encourage, Howland's stumped.
Useless.
And wow.
He's gonna jump in one more time. What is it that you want, Howland? You walk around with this confidence. You know, I just said that I see that you all have your goals, but I think the fact of it is I don't know what those goals are. So what do you want, Howland?
Oh man, it is so funny for Inra to ask that question at the exact moment that Howland doesn't know how to answer it. The one time that Howland does not know how to answer this question.
Amazing. I think at this point, Asher and Buckthorn are probably going to come out to interrupt this at the crucial moment and be like,
please.
Yeah.
Give you some time to think, like maybe 3 to 5 business
Let him
days.
cook. Let him cook.
No. Howland, as soon as I see you guys come out, Howland's head shifts towards you and says, "Cousin," almost like, "Oh my god," and then like quickly strides away from Inra. Feels like he was under a bloody spotlight there. And then like, in a sense of, "Oh, thank God, cousin will know what to do about this." This is like Howland marches over to you, and we'll probably say, "Inra has some interesting questions about our goals and ambitions. If you'd like to cover them for him," and then continues walking.
I suppose we could have time to talk about that over some lunch. Anyway, I plan to linger around the mine in hiding once the people are done with their shift. So I suppose, unless there's anything else we need to be doing today, anyone else we want to try and talk to, or any plans we want to put into position, we could have a chat. Buckthorn looks at Inra like, is this?
Is this what we wanted?
He looks at the 4 of you and says, "We can talk later. I'm gonna go talk with Igmut. Or talk at him. You get it. I'll see you guys back there." And he's gonna just start walking off.
Okay.
He's also the
Grabs
free-
Howland. What did you say to him?
I'm gone. I'm gone. Like Howland's pacing in the distance. You have to come get me.
Howland left.
I left. So it was 3 of us. Howland's like in the distance, out of focus, in the woods. Probably heard that. I'm gonna put my hearing sensitivity, see if I heard what he said.
Yeah, roll for hearing sensitivity, please. Oh yeah, you totally heard what he said.
I
Oh,
think I made
Howland's
a poor
even
choice with that.
Howland's even more pacing in the woods now. Pacing between trees.
I think Asher is kind of observing the outside of the mine while this is going on. On the mention that Buckthorn wants to hide out, Asher concurs with Buckthorn and was actually planning to kind of do that himself. So he's looking like, where might be a good place to put yourself if you wanted to hide here?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to what?
To hide.
Oh, they said die here. Sorry, Howland's like mortality.
Well, something better die here, but it's not going to be us. It's something to lose its life here, but not us.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Buckthorn is like at Kim. What's happening?
You may have made a poor decision on who should speak to him.
To Howland or
To Inra.
why would you ask Howland to give the man advice?
They seemed like they were...
If
You know.
anyone's the good influence on each other, it's Inra and Howland.
Oh, yeah. Not my smartest move, I must admit.
Well, I'm sure they'll bounce back from it. They're young.
Yeah. Is he young? Your cousin? He's young, right? He's young and immature.
Howlin is relatively young, yes.
Yeah. So that explains why he is the way he is.
Young and sheltered.
Yes. Very sheltered.
Asher just flying in the distance.
I'm trying to get stuff done.
I love it.
Buckthorn also does a quick checkup on, you alright?
It was harder than I expected.
Hmm.
Miss home.
I can imagine. We found the site where I believe Tessie lost her leg.
Ugh. Poor thing.
Don't pressure
really-
yourself into it, but it would be helpful to have your expertise on construction of this place. I have a feeling that before we have our final number here, there may be some scrapping to do. I'd like to be aware of any weak points, both for our own safety and for that against our enemies.
Why don't you and I go have a look?
Nods. Puts a hand on her shoulder, like, up.
Stretch tippy toes.
Like, Kim's tall, but
Yeah.
Buckthorn isn't short,
Yeah.
but it is still a bit of a stretch. Yeah, and we'll accompany her inside to ask her opinion on something.
All right, sounds good. So to quickly go over everything, as far as Asher meandering around, the best place for hiding would probably be on the cliff, get the high view, and also there's a nice clump of trees and bushes that y'all could hide behind.
Can I have my baby crow?
Oh yes.
Would Crow allow Asher to kind of ride on him a little bit?
Oh,
To kind of
absolutely.
survey the
Right.
surroundings while you're
Absolutely.
in the mines.
He
Because
loves
if-
you.
Yeah. I'm going to.
Yay.
I'm so sorry, Asher. Wherever you are, Howland's going to
God.
eventually land
See you
beside
right
you.
behind me.
Large
whatever-
winged beasts
Yes.
descend.
Asher feels the shift in the wind as you land. It just casually turns to look at you.
Silently beside you. And Howland's first question to you is just, what needs to be done?
Well, your cousin seems to have a good idea of hiding out, waiting for the potential prey to show its face, so I'm finding the best place to do that.
Good. I will assist.
Be my guest.
You guys will be able to find your proper hiding spot, and I'll even allow you guys survival checks if you want to make it a little bit more conducive to what you want.
Sure.
I can
Lynn,
certainly
give it a
try.
Give it a shot. See what happens.
Oh, pretty good.
It could be worse. It's above a 10, I'll take it. It's 11.
With Howland's interesting skill set of learning how to camouflage for a hunt, very useful.
Well, that is what we are trying to do.
Yep.
Yep. So worked out. Honestly, if you got any, I'll make you a little disadvantage. Let's see if you get a natural 20. Let's see what happens.
Go, Hunter, go.
You
did it! You called it!
Wait,
Cold
manifested
shot.
and received. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Asher is not only impressed, but is very confident that unless somebody was to literally walk on top of you guys, you are not going to be seen.
A little
Good.
applause to Howland as he arranges our camouflage. It's like
Amazing.
extremely well done. Asher can appreciate good craftsmanship, and this falls under that umbrella, so.
Mm-hmm.
Helen does that self-satisfied, yes, I can still do things. Head shake.
Well
I'm a
done.
boy of skill.
Yes. Can't seem to handle a conversation with that one, but that might be an Inra problem.
That's definitely a him problem and not a me problem.
See, I'm still proficient at my skills. Oh, this is. Oh god, there's too much baggage in this for even Howland to understand. I'm just watching him.
I feel like Asher could tell something has prickled Howland, but Asher's not gonna dig.
Thank you,
We've got other
mysterious
stuff to
Asher.
do.
This is one excavation site. Asher is not involved in.
Yeah. Not
I'm
interested in
not
this.
going
Not
to examine the
interested.
ruins of your.
Yeah,
I
not
don't
interested
know,
in this ruin.
ego.
Oh my god.
All right.
Anyway.
Not an oblivion I need to get into.
All right,
Yes,
Kim.
let's hide.
I want because
Or-
Kim wanted to do
right.
the examination of
Yes.
the what have yous.
Yes.
I
Right.
will have you roll. I'm actually gonna have you roll both. I'm gonna have you roll geology and mining. Both can offer you
Okay.
different knowledge.
Okay.
Which would you
Yeah.
like the guidance on?
Well, we're starting with a 20, so
Yeah, you can roll
Cool.
both and decide which one you
Yeah.
want to apply it to later.
that's a natural 20.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess apply it to the dirty 20.
Yeah.
or to the natural 20 and get above 30.
Holy shit.
No, we'll go with the. What do I do? Rolling again?
Just roll a
D4.
Yeah, D4.
Add a D4 to
D4.
the geology check.
Roll.
Lady, you rock.
21 and 29.
Okay.
Party rock is in the house tonight.
Holy spumoni. Okay, so as far as the mine goes and its construction, looking a little bit deeper now, especially now that you have Buckthorn with you and being there as your support, you focus in. This mine is not conducive to prolonged use.
Mm-hmm.
Their biggest flaw that they have done here is that there are not enough supports. They have done the bare minimum because it's being seen probably as it's not what they need. We need to do what we need first.
Yeah.
And that's going to cause a big problem later. If these people are to keep working the way that they have for, let's say, another year, if they were to be stuck here for that long, and at worst, another 3 months, this whole thing will collapse on them.
Mm.
As far as with that natural 20, seeing how they do mine, this is something of their own making. Nobody else has worked in here but them. You can tell. You see how they hit what they currently are dealing with, and you look at the marks of the walls that are bare. It's the same. It's all on them. And looking at where Tessie lost her leg, you can see what went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They were just smacking at a particular low point that was supporting an overhang. They took it out, and the small overhang above could no longer support itself, and it came tumbling down right on top of her. I will say, actually, with that natural 20, you can see where more knowledgeable hands have worked, and you can make a guess that it's probably Hedda and Tessie working in those specific areas.
Is it safe to assume that the main reason they're doing this so unstably is they're being forced into it?
Potentially. I will say that there is a 50-50 coin flip of they are being forced to work speedily, or it's their own decisive action of the faster we work, the faster we get this done, the faster we get our families back.
Yeah.
How long have they been at this again?
8 months minimum, but they've kind of lost sense of time.
We remove the pressure, we remove the problem. Easy. And it's not like they can't rebuild support systems. So,
Right. Well, it is difficult.
when you're
Personally, I'm wondering what would happen if they all just stopped.
We
Well,
can
it's hard to
say-
make such a choice
yes.
with lives on the line.
Well, if we remove the pressure, then no hard choices to be made.
Let's prepare for the evening.
I'm gonna give Buckthorn a little side hug for getting me out of my funk.
Yeah. He'll return the hug.
Oh.
He's a huggy guy, but he doesn't get the chance to show it much because, like, one, Asher kind of doesn't.
Yeah.
Struck
No,
me
he's
as the
having
guy.
a full hug then. Pick him up with a hug. Yeah.
Yeah. Yay.
And Howland is weird.
Howlin'.
So for brevity's sake, you guys can get yourselves set up. You can have your lunches and continue to watch the villagers do their thing. They fill up all the crates that they have.
Can I try to take one of these explosive crystals for myself?
Are you trying to do it stealthily or just kind of like overtly grab one?
I mean, if I think I can get away with it, I think I'm better at overt theft.
I will let you... I will still say do either a sleight of hand if you're doing it overtly.
Okay. That's 5, so...
Fumble.
Gotta pick out a nice one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just kind of like stand over a crate of like these specialty ones. You keep looking at them. You're like, this one's kind of good. This one feels better in my hands. And like the villagers are watching. They're like, what the hell is this woman doing?
Stop her. Look at her.
Who's gonna tell her to stop? We're all gnomes, and that's a 6'9" woman.
Nobody's gonna stop her for sure. Definitely not. But I will say that this failure kind of works in your benefit. You're at it for so long that eventually the attention is just drifted away from you.
I'm just inspecting them. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just inspecting. They definitely will know you more than likely pocketed one.
Yeah.
But Hedda also has a clump that is nearly the size of him. So honestly, they're not that concerned from what you can tell.
Nice.
Nonetheless, Inra definitely was going to try and be sneaky because he is fine. He doesn't know any better.
Feels wrong.
Yeah, feels wrong. But yeah, you can put in into your inventory one of those crystals. You can just label it like special Everbright crystal. I don't really have a name for these. As there isn't a name for them in the world either.
Turbo
Shatterbright.
Shatterbright.
Shatterbright. That's
there it is. It's in.
Nice.
It's canon.
It's canon now.
Hey. Cool. Anyway, we set up, we hide, pass without a trace on everybody.
Yep. Stealth checks. I'm giving you advantage because of the natural 20 that Howland gave you guys. So let's see how insane these numbers can be.
Advantage plus 10.
Go crazy.
What are we
Wait,
rolling?
so does that mine... I've got disadvantage because I've got plate, so does mine flatten out?
Yes, yours is flattened.
32, baby.
Nice.
Sorry, did you say survival?
No, stealth.
Stealth.
And all of you
On
have
me.
advantage except for Kim, who gets to roll it straight.
Awesome.
How do I
Oh, right, I need to
disable
roll
the
at advantage. No, I've already got advantage because of my
Nice.
boots.
Yes, I was going to say before he disappears, there is that constant head poking up like a meerkat of is Inra back? I don't want to be the one to look for him, but is he back?
I can wholeheartedly tell you that he is not here.
Oh, I didn't roll with advantage. My bad. Well, I'll roll again and see if I get better than a 22
Yeah,
for
see what
32.
Hey, I got a 20.
Hey!
No.
Go me!
Go you!
Yeah, so that's a total of 30.
Okay, so we have a 36, a 30, a 32, and a 22. Got it. Also, that advantage saved Asher
Yes,
from a
and that
nat
one
one.
for me. I would have fallen down the cliff.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, I just saw
I
it.
would have caught you.
Just ouch.
I had some feathered friends who would help me.
Yes.
It's fine.
Inra will not be making these checks as he's not in the vicinity at all.
Oh,
Right.
Where is he?
He went back.
I think
He said that he was
He's
going to
been
go
kidnapped.
back and talk with Igmut, or talk at
Okay.
Igmut, as it was.
Could be safe for the.
I hope so.
Oh God, I'm
Helen
stuck
is
in the
going to bring
caves.
it up. Is going to bring it up in the sense of are we not going to involve Inra in these plans?
Inra can choose to involve himself.
No, Inra won't choose anything in the mood that he's in currently.
perhaps that's for the best. At least for
This
now.
is likely dangerous.
Huffy little silence then. I just remembered I have invisibility if anyone really needs to be invisible.
I think we're good.
Yeah, but I think
we're pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I think I'm kind of coding Asher's 22 stealth as he's kind of taken up the front with his dark vision and his crossbow, and he's kind of stationed himself in such a way that he's like a sniper at the moment. That's how he set himself up. So that's why he has a little less stealth than you guys, because you guys are kind of like back there, and he's kind of tucked between the rocks with the crossbow like mounted on there.
Love it.
Asher.
I would like to know exactly how far away are we from where the crates are?
Roughly 90, 100 feet-ish, depending.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm.
Do we
This
know
is canonically where we're like staying, and we're not like on these rocks or anything. We're in this little
Wherever you guys
foresty
want to
area.
be, just put yourselves where you canonically wish to be placed.
Okay, guys, where do we want to be?
I'm lost.
I think this is a good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here I am.
Here-ish.
I'll be sort of concealed in trees. I feel like that's where Helen conceals best.
Cool. All right.
Perched.
That'll do. So yeah, Asher just kind of like crouched in here.
Okay. Sounds good.
I feel like Buckthorn is using Druidcraft like pretty concealed to keep time.
Ooh. Okay.
Because even though like we can't see the sunrise, sunset, Druidcraft still knows.
Druidcraft still knows. All right. Sounds good.
I'm also imagining Asher like under some branches, like some branches we found on the ground, just like over him, has some Howland camouflage while he's tucked there. So he looks like a little bit of a bush rather than just a guy.
Let us head.
All right. So as you guys get set up, prepared, waiting for night, the villagers eventually leave, leaving the crates open and out, and they disappear. You
The
all
people or the crates?
Oh no, the people, not the crates. The
Okay.
crates are not gone. Excusez-moi. You all wait about 30 minutes, close to an hour, and you will notice that the fog rises and gets much, much thicker. Through the fog, you can still see the Everbright crystals, as they are very bright and do pierce through it. But if you're going to be examining anything below, perception checks are at disadvantage.
Makes sense.
This
Helen
is
want to cast invisibility on me now?
On you?
I'll go in.
I suppose, yes. If you wanted to be invisible, I could cast invisibility on you.
Or if someone else wants to go in, but we
Please
are
don't
going to
get
be
killed.
We are going to
Should we perceive first?
see specifics from here. Yeah,
Should
we don't have to do it immediately. I'm just thinking, looking at this fog here, someone, if we want to get any closer without outing ourselves, that might be the tactic of someone going in individually, invisibly.
Yep. Okay. I will, but shall I roll? Shall we roll
let's wait.
perceptions?
Let's wait. We don't have to do it right now. I'm just starting to
Yeah.
lay out some options while we're here before anything has gone catastrophe wrong.
Yeah.
Perception.
so I see a 14,
14.
15,
Uh,
11. 11. As you all are perched up in trees, looking over the rocks, down at the fogged valley, you all see nothing, not even a movement, a disruption to this fog. It seems so still, and the world around you feels still. No wind, no rustling of trees and branches. Nothing is moving. However, Buckthorn and Howland will notice first that the lights of the Everbright crystals start to get dimmer.
How long do they dim? Do you think? How long does it take for them to dim?
About a minute before slowly the beads of light that you're seeing below go out entirely.
Okay, I'm going to cast Locate Object on the rock that I stained.
Can you read me the spell, please?
Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. You sense the direction to the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close within 30 feet at least once. This spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object.
I see. Okay. You cast a spell, and you know where your crystal is. It has yet to be taken. It has yet to disappear. As you...
Yeah, okay, so...
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Keep going. I just want to mention Asher is very fast, which is part of why I was suggesting the invisibility on him. He's got 40 speed, 40 foot
Nice.
speed.
I think I'm keen to give you that because Howland's got a more heads-on approach as well that is being tempered at the moment.
Mm-hmm. If we said
very
invisible
quiet.
Howland, and he's just going to be invisible in about 5 seconds when he attacks something.
No. What I mean is, I think because we had that little time before when we were talking, part of the plan would have probably been like, you head in then. Like, that kind of thing. If everyone's all good with that.
Mm-hmm.
I am happy to cast invisibility on you. I don't know how to
I would say
quietly-
now.
Yeah, right now would be the time when we're springing our Asher.
Yeah. Yep. And Pass Without Trace is still up, so it should
Cool.
muffle.
And
Like
I should have
17 advantages on your stealth right now.
I should have mentioned this before, but when we took kind of the short rest before coming here, I actually would have swapped my Whispers ability because I can get advantage, and it would have been on stealth.
Cool. That's
So-
totally cool. I'm fine with that.
But that takes effect now.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
you're gonna get it's can I this is only flavor anyway, but like the very faintest like blink 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 of the Bandore, the Foklukan Bandore being plucked as I cast invisibility on you.
Like a scary sting
Yeah.
sound.
Yeah, just little
Cool.
bit,
Yeah.
bit of resonance, and then the tapping Asher on the back, I think.
Invisible Asher has also probably mentally mapped out the area a little bit, so the fog isn't too obstructive to him.
Okay.
Mm.
Don't
Just
trip.
so he can kind of make his way down towards the boxes with the crystals in it. Buckthorn, you said you had noticed yours hasn't been taken yet, so it's still there. Or what's our intel on that?
As of right now, as of invisibility being cast on you and Buckthorn casting his spell, his crystal is still there.
Oh,
All right.
also, I know message, and I think part of our plan would have been like, I message you.
Please stay in touch. Yes.
Yeah. It's like you're going to be my eyes then. Strange little creature.
Thanks. Back at you.
Little?
It's a term of endearment.
Damn it!
All of these sound false. Anyway, yes. So I guess I'll make my way down to the Everbright bins.
Okay. Make your stealth check.
Okay.
The Shatterbrights, remember?
Oh yes,
Nice
my
shout.
bad. Just flat?
No, with advantage.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
That's another avoiding a very serious failure. 22, 32.
My gosh!
All right. As you make your way down the cliff and around the mentally mapped environment, you avoid stumps, you avoid logs, you avoid the tents and any other tripping hazards. There's some very close calls,
Yeah. Nearly a nat 1, but whew.
but you're adept. As you get closer, utilizing the cover of the tents and trees, though may not be necessary, seeing as you are invisible, you still play it smart, you play it safe.
They might have true sight. I don't know.
Ooh. As you approach the crates of the Everbright crystals, you see them starting to dim and you get closer. And where you see... How can I describe this? Where you see them dimming, it is not them simply disappearing. Something is casting over them. A figure. A dark, void-like figure. They're humanoid. You see that they have the very solid, opaque upper torso all the way up to the head, but a very wispy, almost like it's part of the fog, lower half. You can see that in their head, it appears to be like almost like bone protruding out in all random directions. And they almost seem to be wearing... It seems like they're wearing, though it may not be. It may be a part of them. Almost looks like blackened charcoal wicker on their forearms. Or it could be charred bone, you're not sure. And you see hands scooping into the crates, silently lifting the Shadowbright crystals and putting them into their bodies.
Going to tell the others through Howlin that it's consuming these crystals. It's not taking them. It's not like gathering them all up and scurrying into the forest with them or anything. It seems to be eating them. I don't know if that's for like nutrition, energy, or if it's like, a kangaroo pouch. But it is putting them into its body. How big is this thing compared to me, my 5'7"?
Let me double check. It's a little bit taller than you, but same size class. I also want you to make a perception check.
Smaller than me.
Medium creature.
Yeah.
Small enough to crush.
And a perception check, please.
Okay.
Also will be a disadvantage because of the fog.
Well, let's see if we can do worse.
Let's see if we can do it.
Nope, only better.
Okay, well, the 8.
That's rough.
As you stand there, relaying back through Howlin, what is happening? You don't realize it immediately, but then you suddenly feel it. A gaze.
I feel like the whispers tell me about it even before I feel it.
Yes, I should. That's perfect, actually. You hear the whispers for the first time since being here, almost as if in this moment you are in the perfect spot for them to speak to you. And your head adjusts and you see 2 total of these figures. And you can see that they are looking at you. They have these pockets in their form, their heads, their chests, their abdomens, that are all gently glowing with the Shadowbright crystal light. And they see you in your entirety. I'm going to post a picture.
Oh, great.
What these guys look like.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no, he's handsome.
Sarah.
Oh no, he's hot.
Hey girl, what that mouth do?
At least make your decision before or after my corpse is found in this fog.
Yeah.
All of them.
I'm not having you roll initiative, but I want you to roll. I'm gonna inevitably, depending on how you roll the first one, I will have you roll 2 Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
So first one.
Oh no.
Oh no, my little guy.
Okay.
One.
Okay.
That's very good.
That's good. 11.
Okay, the 11. You see both of their arms immediately reach out, and you feel this force try to overtake you. You fight it off initially, but then it overtakes, and you see these like little tendrils of inky black curling out of the corner of your eye and covering your vision entirely. Buckthorn, up top, you quickly start to see the other crystal lights fade out, and yours disappears. You feel it move down, and then nothing. It is no longer within your 1,000-foot radius. You don't know what happened.
Cool. I think I'm gonna... I feel like I've got bad vibes about this.
Asher,
Those are not good.
you are simply blinded.
Yep, that's what I gathered. Asher's kind
I
of
think
making a point to take slow breaths, like, don't panic about this.
I have a feeling
Focus.
Buckthorn is going to say it's time to go, and just like burst out of hiding.
Yeah, I think Asher's just staying put, and he's kind of trying to listen to the whispers and listen to his surroundings just to, yes, okay, I'm blinded, but you're fine. You're still alive. Focus on what you can sense and just don't freak out.
As the whispers had given you that warning, as what Asher will not recognize right away, but what Buckthorn... I'm gonna put this in two places to get the full idea across. Asher hears the whispers warning of everything that is happening, and as Buckthorn sees the lights disappear and his stone disappear, at that same point in time, the whispers still warning Asher become quieter to a whisper, and then to nothing. And Buckthorn, as you leave your position, and as you make your way down, the fog goes with it. You can all see Asher standing there, still. Asher, you can hear everybody else walking down. They're not being quiet about it.
Mm-hmm.
At Buckthorn mentioning that we're moving, I would have swooped down quick.
Yeah, I would have gotten on Crow and flown down.
Yeah, I was intending to as soon as it's grabbed,
storm the gates, kind of.
Yeah. I wanted to get into a fight immediately, but
I'm still blinded, yes?
Yes, you are still blinded, and you will be for a minute.
okay.
Yeah. So Asher will kind of turn vaguely towards where he can hear the others coming from and wave a bit, just on the off chance maybe they can see him.
They can.
But
they
he's
can
still
see
invisible, isn't he? So I don't know if that's.
Oh well, actually, yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, they can't see you. I forgot invisibility.
Yeah.
Unless Howland drops it.
Yeah.
So Howland can choose to do that.
I feel like what do we see when we land other than, is it nothing? Like the enemies are gone,
Enemies
crystals are
gone, crystals gone.
Oh, how annoying. I do believe that. Howland would have pretty much flown directly into the tunnel, guns blazing, by which I mean, what are these things called again? Sickles out. Talons raised, let's say, and upon seeing nothing, it's a very frustrated, loud noise and the beat of his wings.
I think Asher might, as he's very intent on listening on who's around him, just to make sure it's really who he thinks it is. He's gonna maybe notice the kind of clatter of Buckthorn's various, I don't know, nutshells and other things that he carries on him.
Korok noises.
Korok seeds. Oh no!
You've heard of the clap of his arse cheeks, not get ready for the clatter of his nutshells.
The first thing that came to mind, I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna say wood chimes, like the sound of wood chimes on the breeze. Yeah.
I don't know what he carries on him.
Well, he's always carrying his nutshells, I think.
I hope so. Anyway, it's I imagine the clatter of nature is what I was trying to get at, but more eloquently the second time around. Anyway, it's still being invisible, I assume.
Mhm.
He might call out, Buckthorn?
I'm here. What happened?
And Asher's going to kind of try and reach around for the sound so he can kind of maybe find Buckthorn's arm. Well, let's just say I saw a problem and then I didn't, and I remain unseeing. he's holding onto Buckthorn's arm. So I think that kind of illustrates that Asher actually can't figure out where he is or who's around him.
Oh, I haven't dropped your invisibility yet. Sorry, I'm busy trying to scope around for any evidence of who was here and where they went.
Yeah, so Asher's just going to kind of hold on to Buckthorn for now, well invisible and blinded, to just kind of ground himself.
It only lasts for a minute, right?
Does it? Let me check again.
I think it lasts for 10.
Invisible, let's see. It lasts for... The duration is concentration up to an hour.
Yeah, we just did this in another campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it was somehow different for this universe for some reason. But yeah.
Could I use detect magic to see if the beings are still here? Did they seem magical?
I will let you do detect magic. I will let Howland do tailing.
I think Asher is going to relay the entire experience to Buckthorn, like in kind of a hushed tone while we're together.
Okay. Sounds good. As far as the detect magic goes, I'm going to have you roll Arcana.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a nat one.
You sense nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no magical essence besides your friends.
Dang.
Howland, roll tailing.
Tailing might not be useful because I'm trying to tail a target. Oh, I could have used that to tail them when they got here. Damn. It's okay.
It's alright. Give it a shot anyways. I might give you something off of it.
Dirty 20.
Okay. It's pretty good. You find that there is legitimately no disturbance around. Their boxes were not moved. Nothing was knocked over. Nothing was disturbed. However, where the boxes are, you can see that what little grass that there is around here seems yellowed and browned, and right before your eyes, you see it rejuvenate.
Yeah, Howland's gonna call Buckthorn over.
Strange.
Now, I'm going to say for Kim, from where roughly you are, I'm going to say it's close enough. You get the smallest ping of what seems like transmutation. And it's right around what's happening with those boxes. It's being changed entirely. Somebody is covering their tracks.
Okie dokie. Okay.
Yeah, I want to make a perception check of any evidence that was left behind at all, however fleeting.
Okay, go for it.
Ooh, 22.
Okay. Though fleeting, the evidence is there, and you see it happening as well as you're being made aware of all of this. This wouldn't normally happen, ever.
Yeah.
At this point in time, I'm going to say for Buckthorn being the one noticing this, this is some Fey bullshit.
Yeah.
He can clock that 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
What are the cousins up to? I mean, our fake cousins, not Howland.
You do need to specify.
I don't know. I have a poor feeling about it.
Oh, I think if you guys don't mind opening on Howland dropping your invisibility wherever you are. Imagine a little wing flutter that like diffuses the invisibility, like you've been caught in a little gust.
Ooh.
Where are you, Helen?
He's
Here.
up on the cliff.
Oh, are you staying there?
No, I just didn't move.
Okay.
In the funny tree.
Yeah. Asher's with Buckthorn, kind of holding on to his arm while still blinded. I'm curious, do Asher's eyes look normal, or is there like a glaze over them now?
In the span of you guys investigating and what have you, I'll say that it's like at the tail end of your blindness, and it looks like it just looks like the opacity of is quickly being turned back up, where Asher's eyes are showing through like a black lens.
Ew.
Well, Buckthorn probably sees that.
Yeah.
Asher
So
kinda
how
tries
much
to blink
of
away.
these creatures did we actually see?
You guys
My
saw
question.
nothing. Asher saw everything.
I think Asher, like when Asher can see again, he probably pulls out his notebook and tries to scribble down what he saw to give a loose visual representation of it to the others. Obviously, what we saw was kind of a black. What I saw was kind of a black figure, so there's not too much defining it other than like some of the protrusions and the bone. But he'll try to capture that as best he can while it's still in his memory.
And the big old mouths.
Yeah, those two eating the ever Shatterbright, excuse me. Yes, crystals. So as soon as he can see again, he'll let go of Buckthorn's arm and start to scribble.
With that scribble, you all get the idea of what it was Asher saw.
Two of them.
Yes, I don't think. No, I'm not gonna let. I don't think there's any reasoning to have the rest of you try to identify these creatures, as they are. I'll just say completely alien to you.
Yeah. I believe Buckthorn, as far as I know, got the impression like this is some Fey bullshit. But going off of Asher's description and drawings, this is nothing that he's ever encountered before.
Yeah. Like Asher might actually ask Buckthorn directly, since he's also like getting the vibe this might be Fey bullshit off of Buckthorn's reactions. How likely do you think it is that the loved ones that were taken are even still alive?
I could not say. For their sakes, I hope they are. But the way those stones disappeared, it's not like they were taken somewhere. They just vanished off this plane of existence.
Indeed.
I don't know what to make of it.
Now, one thing like I'm curious about, and it might take a little bit of travel because we have to go back into the mines. It's like part of me is like, I'm still in the like, are we in a time loop kind of scenario? Did the crystals return to the mine? Because there's part of me that's like, are they just doing this ad nauseum with no actual progress being made? Is part of my thought.
Well, no, because the mine has expanded over the 8 months.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's a thought. I have a question. What is there any? You said it's completely alien. This thing that Ash is showing us, because I think Howland's looking at it, sort of turning it over a bunch of times. Does it resemble anything? Like, what's my nearest point of reference?
Nearest point of reference,
or is it just completely not?
As far as identifying what it is, you have nothing. But as far as your closest point of reference, it's the closest thing it is to you guys in its form. It's humanoid. It has the standard features of at most mimicking all of you. Like it's a bastardized person.
Always a good sign.
I think, yeah. Howland's going to hand that shit back to you. He does not want to look at it.
Yeah, and Asher will also, describe that they weren't very tall. If I recall, they were about even Asher's height. They're a little bit taller than he was.
Yeah, a little bit taller
Is that
than
accurate?
Asher.
Yeah, but Asher's not particularly tall, so shorter than Kim.
So average human height.
Yep.
And to us, it seems like they're completely gone now.
Entirely. And where they had been in the little evidence that you had of their presence, seemed to be covered up.
Now, They got the Shadowbright crystals from this spot in particular, so it doesn't seem like they're hunting down other people that took Shadowbright crystals. Because the other guy has one, Hedda, and somebody else that we know has one. Not that I know that.
And Kim took one too, but Kim still has hers, right?
Yes. So they're not hunting them down; they're just taking them from this one pickup location.
Seems so. That, I'm going to. Actually, because you brought this up, I'm going to have Howlin make, oh lordy, either intelligence or a wisdom check, just straight.
Okay. Let's try wisdom. Do I click the modifier?
Yes.
Or the... Yes, okay.
Yeah, if you click the modifier, it should do it.
9. This always tracks.
There's nothing behind those giant eyes.
Yes, there is something. It's called existential dread, but I don't know what to put into words yet.
Nothing comes to mind for Howlin. Hindsight, I will allow Buckthorn as well, simply because of... Well, I'll explain more seeing how you roll. So, wisdom or intelligence check for you.
I'll do a wisdom check.
Come on, cousin.
Oh, come on.
Dang.
Can I cast guidance on myself? Can I add a D4?
Yeah, sure. All out. You're trying to brainstorm things. At this point, guidancing yourself is not out of the ballpark.
Okay, so that's a 10.
Okay, a 10.
I clear a 10.
You got there. Buckthorn, having technically the two jobs that he does, both being an ambassador and a grove tender, certain how do I want to put this? I guess certain tactics are things that come to his mind as to what is their purpose, why are they doing things the way that they are doing them. They clearly want the crystals, but they're not hunting anybody who just simply has them in this vicinity.
Is there a reason they can't get them themselves? Aside from just the hard physical labor, is there something about their being that...
Like incorporeal or something? Like, if that's the word I'm looking for.
They just can't go underground. They're claustrophobic.
Yeah.
They seem pretty skittish as well. Like, they don't want to confront anyone. They raise the fog. They didn't even try to hurt Asher. They just blinded him and peaced out, you know?
Left. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't seem like they... I mean, and we can't count out the idea that they could just wreck us, but they seem averse to confrontation.
Yeah.
Morbid thought, but the first thing was like, is it averse to confrontation in the, like, because they can't way or because they need us to work way?
I mean...
Considering we're outsiders, this has been going on for 8 months.
Yeah.
And we didn't do any work today, really.
I wasn't sure how aware they might be.
Yeah, that's like, so either they're not aware of how the individuals, or they're not the ones orchestrating this and are just the gatherers.
Yeah. Again. Hey, I rolled a 9? I don't have to think about this.
Yeah. I mean, aside from Everbright crystals are just commonly used as like lanterns and jewelry. Do they have any other properties that make them useful?
Well, these ones are flashbangs.
Yeah.
And to Kim's knowledge, even that's a surprise.
Yeah, that's a new feature on my end.
New and unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Buckthorn mentioned earlier the like what would happen if the miners just stopped, and I'm kind of inclined to agree with that thought of like, what if we just cut them off? Either one, you know, they need this fuel, and without the fuel, they actually won't be able to continue. Or two, it will aggravate them to the point that they will initiate a confrontation, and that might actually serve us.
Mm-hmm.
It might actually draw out what we need to confront.
That's what I was thinking as well. And if we happen to like destroy them, if they are just deliverers, then that would quickly notify whoever they are delivering to.
Yeah. So we instigate, but then we're here to deal with the...
Yeah,
whatever
we instigate
happens.
with the knowledge that we are doing this for the greater good, so to speak. You know?
And we're here to help handle it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. We're not
Rock
just
the boat
like,
and then-
well,
yeah.
we've upset your boss and we're leaving now. Bye.
Dang. Hope he ain't gonna kill you. Whatever.
Sucks for you. I'm outie. No. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
the problem there is how do we convince...
The townsfolk.
How do you convince the townsfolk to stop doing the
Terrified
thing?
townsfolk.
Terrified townsfolk that are
Mhm.
convinced that what they're doing will save their loved ones. What we're asking them is to put their loved ones in danger because they believe that by doing this work they'll get them back.
If there was some way to find out the state of their loved ones.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Those creatures that came to collect the Shadowbright crystals were emanating death.
Well, there goes my idea of letting someone eat Helen. And he can message us when he figures out where they are.
Last I checked, a message does have limitations, and if Buckthorn's spell to track the crystal was also ineffective, I feel like Howlin would be even less so. No offense, Howlin, there are
I'm
simply
sorry.
limitations to these things.
Yeah. You're not infallible, unfortunately.
Nor am I edible.
Everything is edible once.
I think Howland's gonna march off in the sense of like, I can't believe you just said that. Also, I don't think he knows what infallible means.
I'm going
So
to go
he's
find
like,
the dictionary.
No, I think he's storming off in that way of like, he's been looking out for where's Inra this whole time, as an aside. It's less concern and more, I have things to say to him. You know when you've had like a one-sided argument in your head?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Sweetie.
So he's now you guys are being strange. You just said that I could be eaten by a shadow monster, whatever that is. The thing that is definitely not frightening me because I don't know what it is. Yeah, Howland's kind of like beginning to pace around.
Yeah. Asher, I think, is going to turn to Buckthorn and just kind of start pressing further on the idea, like, either how can we confirm the state of the loved ones, or how can we actually convince these people to stop feeding into the demands of this being, whatever it may be.
I see that.
You good there, buddy?
I see that.
Oh, I'm
yeah.
just hearing smells over here. Howland walked away like, I'm no longer participating in this conversation, and then rolled a 20 hearing sensitivity and is still obviously eavesdropping on you guys and then listening around.
Yes.
Try and
Like-
find Inra, little guy.
No, I'm just listening around. No ignorance with the horse thing.
Yeah.
Ox?
Whatever.
Buckthorn has used various magics to, get us this far and have that dream
Yeah.
about Inra. If there's anything else we could possibly do to try and...
The one thing I could think to do is the spell locate creature.
Hmm.
Can you do that without knowing what the creature is?
Well, describe or name a creature that is familiar to you. You sense a direction to the creature's location. As long as that creature is within 1,000 feet of you. If the creature is moving, you know the direction of its movement. The spell can locate a specific creature known to you or the nearest creature of specific kind, such as a human or a unicorn, so long as you have seen such a creature up close within 30 feet at least once.
You didn't see it 30 feet.
No, I didn't. That's the problem. The other thing that I would have maybe been able to do is cast Charm Monster. If I had gotten close enough to it, but I didn't. I'm reluctant to sort of sit and wait another day
Mm-hmm.
or another 8 hours for the return of whatever this thing is.
I mean, it's terrible. We could make the decision for them and try to collapse the mine.
Yeah, you could do that quite easily, I think.
That way they can't mine anymore. It's very much taking away their agency on the situation, but it is an option.
think I would prefer, I think Buckthorn is more inclined to ask the people to find a way to help themselves rather than just sort of paternalistically make the choice for them. They need to be able to choose their own freedom.
Big sparkly letters, diplomat, cousin, diplomatist.
Yeah.
And then mysterious little Asher.
Well then, perhaps I should speak to them. I know a thing or two about desperation for loved ones.
Kib nods.
I think if we present a united front, we might be able to convince them.
Oh. No time like the present, I suppose.
Alright. Let's go find Inra.
So, you guys make your way back to Medensk proper and away from the mines. I will shift back over to Medensk. Alright. In the time leading up to your arrival back in Medensk, we're going to cut over to Inra.
Oh no.
Please don't die, baby.
He finds himself sitting on the bridge. That's where you had parked the cart. He'd spent some time just pacing, speaking to Igmut, not getting a response back. Just talking about the situation that they're in and the uncertainty of how they're all gonna get out. And after a time, he gives up on the thinking. He grabs his backpack that has the big old squishmallow in it, and he grabs his fiddle. Quietly, he goes over onto the bridge, and he sits down, drags himself forward, and dangles his legs, just kind of gently kicking off the side, while one of the railing posts is pressed up against his chest, and he puts his head to one side and just kind of leans against it. Fiddle in one hand and bow in the other. He sits there, not doing anything with it, but he stares at the instrument for a while. He gently kind of pushes and messes with certain things in his pocket. Theodor's holy symbol, the clockwork frog that Robin had given him. He has his, Val's crossbow next to his backpack. And from time to time, he reaches up to his face where he recalls that he had the blood, just feeling at it. The blood from when his friends were taken. Takes some deep breaths, and he gently puts the bow to the fiddle and very melancholy drags the bow over the strings gently with no music, no proper musical tone, just making noise very gently, very quietly, as he just stares into the fog that's beneath the bridge. And unbeknownst to Inra, somebody approaches. Not masking their approach, but he's too lost in his own world to notice. And this individual stops, looks at him, and gets his attention by knocking on the rail. He jolts his head up a little bit, smacks it off the underside of the railing, and looks over to see Tessie. He quickly puts the fiddle down, gets himself up. Sorry. I kind of forgot you lived under the bridge. Sorry. I'll stay quiet. And she looks at him with a raised eyebrow and just shakes her head, waves her hands, and she begins to cant at him, sign at him. And he says, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know cant. That's more Asher. I only speak Orcish. That's the only other language I know. And she approaches him, and he kind of takes like a little step back, like he's just trying to like remove himself from the situation in the most awkward way that he can. And she puts up a hand to him and points at his fiddle and mimics playing. And he said, "Oh, yes, I do play. I just you know." And she points at him and kind of does like the wave hand side to side, like good bad kind of thing. Depends who you talk to, I guess. But sorry, I won't bother you. I shouldn't have just been meandering up here. And he tries to quickly pick up his stuff, and she approaches him and grabs his forearm, and he stops dead and looks at her, and she grabs the hand grabs his forearm with the fiddle and like tries to push it up to the nape of his neck where it's supposed to rest. And he just kind of lets it happen and is very confused. And she steps back and kind of like folds her arms and gives like the head nod down with the raised eyebrows, like, go ahead, impress me. I'm gonna roll persuasion.
Go girl, I believe in you.
Go, Tessie, go.
That's a natural 20. It's the pink dice again.
Yes.
These dice have been rolling 20s in 2 days straight. Good for you guys.
Wow.
All right. Inra is flush red.
Sweetie.
And he looks at her for a while, and she just again nods and is like, go on. So he puts the bow to the fiddle and looks down at the bridge away from her and begins to play. It's a slow, melancholy tune, but it sounds like it has shreds of hope behind it. He is focused, but it's all natural to him. It's like walking. But he puts his heart into every motion. He thinks about every sound he makes, as he wants this to mean just as much to her as it does to him. He goes on like this for a few minutes. In that time, you all make your way back to Medensk. And Howlin, I'm taking that natural 20 that you did for hearing sensitivity now. You hear in the distance a fiddle being played. You know where it is, and you know who it is. Henry's decided to take up his instrument again. So you all go back to the bridge to find Inra and speak with him. You see him in the middle of his singular concert, gently swaying, his eyes closed, but facing Tessie. And she sees you all and hears you all approach, and she puts a finger to her lips and waves you on to come stand with her.
I'm gonna exchange looks with Helen and produce my pan flute.
No.
We gonna back up this man?
It's a
add
bad.
to the music?
I suppose so. He's not having a solo moment.
He's having his solo moment. It's been going on for a while. Let's show
Okay.
he's not alone. Or do people object to that?
People like in the party, or people someone sees
Party people.
us march forward and is like, "Stop that!"
I meant, like, do the players object to this? Or do we think
I
it's
would-
cute?
I would defer to God in this situation personally. Like, if you've got something set up,
I do
but
not.
if we, then I like friendship. So
No. Yeah, I do think though that Howlin needs Buckthorn to prompt him, which is strange because usually Howlin would be like, "Oh, a fiddle being played. Well, this definitely needs one of my instruments accompanying it." But this is like a moment of something.
Solemnness. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something that actually makes Howlin not jump to do that. But if cousin invites me, then certainly. But I think for once we might see Howlin sort of off to the side about it. Something
He's
not too
learning.
invasive. He's clearly taking the leading voice, so Howlin will simply offer support.
Yeah. I'd like to do a performance check to support Inra's playing.
All right. Do it with advantage.
17.
Oh.
Very good.
And could I code mine as offering bardic inspiration over to Inra?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
you sly bird.
That's what it is. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I know.
It's cute.
As you join in, Buckthorn, Inra's eyes open wide and he looks up to you and sees all four of you gathered there now on the bridge. He doesn't stop and he doesn't skip a beat. And in fact, as he hears the pan flute join, there's a small little smirk that comes across his face. And he picks up the tone just a slight bit. For those more perceptive in the room, his eyes start to tear up a little bit. And Howlin, as you offer your bardic inspiration and your magics reach Inra, as the bow is moving across the strings, there are little wisps of this turquoise magic that comes off with every quick start and stop of motion that he does. They begin to form, they begin to take shape. You can see that they're very simple shapes, but they are people.
Oh.
Very simple silhouetted people that begin to dance around him as he plays. And you're not even sure if he notices what he's doing, because his eyes are all on you. Oh man.
Yeah, mood.
Yeah. I'm the one making this, so I'm like, oh god, I need to like pause a second.
Oh, damn, is anyone feeling all that up in their chest or something? God damn.
You feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
Yeah, I feel it now.
Oh.
Inra continues, and the song slowly begins to reach its end point. He takes a very deep breath, and as he exhales, the figures of magic dissipate with it into the fog, and he rests his arms at his side, and tears start to fall from his face.
Baby. Okay, we'll kind of nudge Asher and like start clapping.
Sugar plum. Bumby umby umpkin, you're my sweetie pie.
Buckthorn, go hug him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Asher will start to applaud.
Yeah.
He
No.
takes a small
Is-
little
is-
bow. And
His cousin going.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying, is Buckthorn going to hug him? But continue. He takes a bow.
He takes his little bow. If Buckthorn is going to hug him,
Yeah, I think Buckthorn comes up to him and like claps him on the shoulder and says, "Beautifully played." And
he just wraps his arms around you.
yeah, Buckthorn gives him a tight hug, and you can see the little blossoms in his hair start to like bloom as if the warmth of spring has come. There's like the scent of sort of early spring flowers in the air.
It's so nice.
I want to vomit.
So moved. Speaking of, I want to vomit. I will say that when Howlen marched here, it was like when Buckthorn said, "We'll go find Inra." Howlen marched off like he was on the hunt. Yeah, like half flew, half marched. Got to town, heard the fiddle, and then immediately it's like all of that like bunched up feather tension just kind of melted, and that's why I think he needed convincing from Buckthorn to play. And it's funny because Howlen has offered his bardic inspiration, but I do think that this kind of bounced back. The it's like it reflected right back off Inra, and Howlen's a bit
Are you feeling it?
by
Helen?
Jove, I think Howlen has been mildly, in a way that he can't put into words, humbled by that.
Good lad.
He doesn't know this, keep in mind, but he's got that feeling where he's like, I'll stand at bay, which he is not quite accustomed to.
He's like,
But I
I'm
do-
going to let somebody else shine. Wait.
No, like he knows that because that's what he does, but I think it's like I can insight this little guy, but I don't think he has the insight to know it, so I'll just he just feels better than he did before for reasons that he can't put into words, and he's not mad at Inra anymore. In fact, he's questioning whether he was ever mad at Inra.
Oh.
Maybe mad at himself.
Okay, let's not give him too much credit, but like
One step at a time.
Look, one step at a time.
yes.
Baby steps.
Yes, but I think he would just stand. He's watching you two hug, and he's like, good. Cousins' hugs are good.
Aw.
No, you don't know what hugs are, remember?
Yes, no, sorry. But no, I've seen other people receive them, and they always seem very happy.
Oh, that's kind of sad. I almost feel bad for you.
Okay.
Howard has gotten hugs,
From Buckthorn?
I assume, when he was
I
like
don't know if
little.
Buckthorn- Oh, maybe little. Probably not lately.
No,
think he's too proud
it's been
for
a
them lately.
while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hugs are for children. And
Yeah.
weak
No.
people.
Hugs are for people with and without arms. Those are the qualifiers.
Howland has arms. We've established
Yeah.
this. He has 6 limbs.
So, but
Do
he
I?
also doesn't need.
Oh, I do! How am I playing this Bandore?
I think we were
Sorry,
thinking
Volk Lucan.
Rita logic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bandore
But
is
then-
the instrument.
No, oh, Inra, sweetheart.
After staying in the hug with Buckthorn for a while, he
Oh yeah, it's like a real
Grandpa hug.
No, I want to say like when you hug like hippie mom.
Oh, it's a crunchy hug.
Oh, I know that.
Like it's a good hug, but it's a little bit. There's nothing like it, you know.
The power of like the planets is somehow on your side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the example. Yep.
Yeah, it's crunchy, it's perfumey, but like in a nice way. Like it's very smells.
I feel like my chakras have been aligned.
That's the one.
I'm allowed to say that. I'm from Bangladesh. That's my culture.
Oh god.
I'm allowed to say that I watch Naruto.
Anyway, yes, Buckthorn like gives Inra a little like pat on the back as he like disengages from the hug. Like when Inra's ready.
He'll disengage and look at you, kind of wipe his eyes a little bit, look at you guys with a smile. Not like a big toothy smile, but with a genuine smile on his face.
Oh, sweetie.
And he'll look at Tessie, who also is wet in the face.
Oh, sweetie.
And he looks at her and says, "Thank you very much. I don't know what else to say other than that 1,000 times over. Thank you." She just nods and like a succession of like quick nods and wipes her face and smiles at him. Helen, you hear
Yes.
a gentle shifting coming from the wagon, and you feel just by your head a small gust of wind, and Kim and Asher, you feel it too, just right past you. Then you hear little like taps on the bridge railing, almost like long nails hitting a desk. And you all will hear a small voice. "I really enjoyed your playing." Inra immediately looks around. It wasn't one of you, was it?
No.
No.
Asher shakes his head.
I think Helen's immediately switched the Vandoria over for the Talons again, just out of instinct. What is that?
Yeah, where'd that voice come from?
Actually, no, I take that back. Vandoria is just aimed like a weapon now.
Holding it like
Asher
a gun.
puts up his hand a bit, kind of like hold Howlin.
You will see by Inra on the railing a wave of color, starting from a tail to wings to a reptilian neck and head, and is very small, and this bright
Red wings.
orange and yellow with butterfly wings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Asher's gonna make a gesture and point. Look familiar?
It does.
Inra looks at it. Oh, glad you liked it. Who are you?
Introduce yourself first.
I'm Inra. Pleasure? And this little fairy dragon says to him, "I know who you are. I've been with you this whole time." Huh? I've been with you for a very long time. You and Shale, Theodore, Robert, and Val, and Hema. Inra takes a step back. He's like, "What? What?" Care to explain? Says, "I followed you since Rochester." Inra is like furrows his brows and he's like trying to put the math together. Who? Have you just been invisible this whole time, or? "A shale made me a little home in the wagon." And Inra's like, "The basket?" and they do this tiny little chuckle. "Yes, the basket." Huh? Wait. It looks to all of you guys. Obviously news to me. Why? Why? I at first found you all very interesting. And then Ashale treated me with kindness and let me have my fun. And there's a pause. He cares about you very much. Nira tenses up and like swallows like a choke. Well, thank you for looking out for me. Glad you enjoyed. And there's a head bobbing.
Thank you. So, my name is Karma. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Yeah, likewise. I'm assuming you know who all these people are?
Yes, I do. Hello.
Little wave.
Greetings.
Asher gives a nod of acknowledgement.
Howlin with less energy than usual. I am Howlin Fairfeather the Fourth of the Eventail Wilders, specifically Wilders of the Talon. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. I can get you out of here, you know.
Yes, I wanted to ask. Asher kind of closes a bit of the distance between himself and the others. If you're familiar with what has taken place in this town.
Inra is all of a sudden, he's like, whoa, hey, whoa, hold up now, hold on. Get us out. Wait, okay, answer Asher's question. Go ahead.
This is Fey magic, to say the least. And this is almost as if the Feywild is here now. I can navigate it. And I can get you all out. Takes a Fey to know how to navigate the Fey.
But what about the villagers?
Looks to Inra. Why am I getting looked at? And they take a few little steps forward towards him.
You have done quite a lot. So whatever you do, it will set your life.
There's an even longer pause, and Inra takes over on a path that I can't go back from.
Yes.
No going back then.
I ask you because Ashale cares very much for you. You make a decision. Not anyone else make it for you.
He looks at Karma. You've listened to every conversation I've had to myself, haven't you? Here's a gentle nod. Looks to all of you. And looks to Tessie. Then he looks beyond you guys. Looks to the fog where you had come into town, and looks to the fog where you have yet to go. And he takes one long, deep breath through his nose and out through his mouth. Looks to Karma and says, "How do we fix this?" Karma says,
I can show you where the hag blood lies. Where this all stems from.
I think Buckthorn bristles at the term hag blood.
All right. Let's find them. Emma looks to all of you guys. One at a time.
We're behind you.
Asher gives a shrug. Might be easier than convincing a whole village to abandon people. Might be. Glances back towards Kim.
Just a little.
Emma locks eyes with Howlin.
Howlin will gesture with his wing. Take the lead.
Howlin, you being the one to have noticed most the change in Inra's eyes, the change in his stance, his energy, thus far. You see as you tell him to take the lead, he gets sterner. Not in a regretful way, but in a I'm ready way.
Determined. Hey. I will say,
Go.
yeah, echo of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Vindication that goes over Howlin. Like, yeah, I was correct. As
You're
usual.
not understand. I am right about everything forever.
I was correct to put my faith in Inra. He is as cool as I thought he was. For a look in a mirror later, Howland. We'll deal with you after. I knew he wasn't pathetic. Excellent.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there is a
God.
big "let's go" going in Howland's mind, just like confetti cannons, like a football game in there.
Yeah.
In.
But also Howland for being correct.
Yeah.
Oh.
I love it.
Shout out to me for being right all the time.
Yeah. Helen, go talk to him. It took a while, but we got here.
Somehow I did this.
I will say, jokes aside, it is very Inra-centric, actually.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But also, yeah, roast this stupid owl.
I think pushes Howland aside as we're passing by.
Do you mind asking?
You can bask over there because Asher's in behind. We'll kind of pass by Tessie as we're kind of heading out, and we'll cant at Tessie, thank you, and leave her a Jolly Ranger.
Aw.
And
You
follow
and your
along.
snacks?
Yeah.
Where do you keep getting those?
We got them at the fair, and then we
I
just
got
did.
a whole tin of them.
Kim
Yeah.
puts out her hand.
Give me the candy.
Earn it. Carries on.
Whoa!
I
Wow,
I
you're
want.
giving out dog snacks to people.
Right?
Scooby snack.
You haven't been trapped in a village for 8 years with probably no access to candy.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's why Asher's been handing it out to these people.
Not
Oh.
8 years, 8 months. 8 months.
That feels like 8 years with no
Into
candy.
the mine. I mean, look at how they've been dealing with it.
And before we move forward, I want you guys to have 2 inspiration.
Hey.
I want you to have an inspiration for that Inra scene.
Yeah,
Well, like,
put that in the
in-
DM pool. So if you ever want to really
restoration.
fuck with the team,
We give you an extra. Can this be the Meta Blue guest inspiration that we provide to you?
I get 1.
Yeah.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah.
Oh, go, Inra, go. You did so good, bud.
You did so good, baby. Literally, Helen was about to come back and yell at him. It was so bad. Yeah. Thank
Well,
God.
I'm glad we didn't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Likewise. That was. Oh, that was wonderful. Oh.
Thank you, cousin, for
anyway-
the backup.
Yes. So.
Yes.
All right. So, what plans do you guys have now moving forward?
search and destroy.
A little bit,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
First of all, let's collate. What do we know about this? I feel like Buckthorn had a big reaction to the term Hag's Blood. I feel like as a Grove Tender, he should know at least something about what that means, even if he's never had personal experience with it.
Oh yeah, I can tell you outright, just because you are a Grove Tender, that Hag's Blood can either be an actual hag or technically a hex blood.
I see.
For the knowledge of the room and for those at home, hex blood are individuals who are they're taken in by hags or kidnapped by hags and are slowly either put through a ritual to become a full-blooded hag or are given aspects of hags and their powers. Sometimes people are also born that way with hag's blood in them, etc. But they
Hag's known for getting busy.
not necessarily.
No.
More.
No, hag reproduction is horrible and borderline parasitic. They
Yes.
Pre-mantis style.
No.
Worse.
Hags will consume a child and then give birth to
Oh.
it. Like, consume a full human baby, give birth to it, and then when she turns 13, she will become a hag.
More or
Some
less.
Silent
That
Hill
is
shit.
one way that it happens in my world.
There's many ways that, like, this horrible transformation can happen, but that's, like, the most sort of common way of, like, hags having daughters is by literally stealing and eating children. It's pretty grim.
Like Grim Fairy Tale. Like, anyway.
Glad for that random piece of information. Hey,
Yeah. How do you feel about death now, Howlin? Yay!
Look, I'm just hearing the sweet echo of music.
Howlin was right. That's the music.
Enra plays violin good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, so yes, this is
Sorry,
not
back to-
necessarily not necessarily stuff that Buckthorn is communicating out loud.
Buckthorn doesn't need to relay the flies and the vultures to us.
Yeah. Oh God.
So, yes. Buckthorn is running through what he knows about Hexblood in his mind. We know it could either be, or Hag's blood, I should say. It could either be a hag herself, or something related to a hag. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
So, either her spawn or minions or somebody she has kidnapped.
So, do they have any weaknesses? Are we fighting them, you think? Because I don't know about, I don't know how much pull we're going to have in terms of bargains.
Oh, yeah, no.
And that we shouldn't be doing them anyway, for all my
Also,
knowledge
like,
about hags.
Buckthorn has basically sworn an oath to, like, fight and defeat hags.
Okay, well, that's not... Between you and Kim, then it's like, okay, I think our approach has been decided.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I become known as a
Howlin',
hag
like-
slayer, then I'm going to have a lot of pull with certain people who have my people. So, kill as many hags as I can in the adventure log.
Okay, so we've established that we're going in guns blazing. It's just a matter of, okay, what are the weaknesses of these things? Do we know of any, like, tactics or weaknesses that we can approach from to make this a little less likely that we're gonna get beheaded in the first 5 seconds?
Can I offer anything in this regard with, I don't know, I don't really have... Mine seems to be more based around, like, monsters to hunt. Like, cryptozoology is about, like, beasts. Don't think hags count.
Well, they do, but not in this context.
I will say, let me think. I'm gonna have Buckthorn.
I'm also willing to do knowledge rolls, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have everybody do a roll. So I'm gonna have
Sweet.
history for
planar-
Asher. Because
Planar lore doesn't work.
yeah,
No?
not
Cool,
for
just checking.
not for them.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, history for Asher.
Not my strong suit, unfortunately.
What's Buckthorn's highest intelligence skill?
My highest intelligence is either history or nature.
History then for you.
Okay.
Kim, I'm just gonna have you do straight intelligence.
Not bad.
Howlin, between your intelligence skills and wisdom skills, which is your highest in there?
Yeah, that seems right.
9.
I will say I'm still checking, but I just read the sub skills again. It's recall information about monsters, how to care and capture them, and how to parlay with them. That's cryptozoology. But I'll look again. My whiz and my int. I think my highest is going to be one of the sub skills. Actually, because I've dumped all in charisma and dex. So yeah, I think it is
like this.
You can be convincing to other rich people.
Sometimes that's necessary.
I'll give you cryptozoology, but whatever you gain, I will word in a very specific angle.
Oh, that or history.
Okay, history will get you something vastly different than cryptozoology. So whatever.
Do the cryptozoology for the fun of it.
Yeah.
We've got some history buffs.
Oh my god!
What's happening?
I swear I have a dice bag full of 20s.
You do? Holy shit!
Dude.
Okay.
If it weren't for the fact you were rolling digitally, I would think you were cheating.
I would just think
Damn.
that it's one of those dice that has a way of like landing on 20s a lot because sometimes
it's
it
weighted.
doesn't
Yeah, loaded.
Mhm. So for those with the history, for Buckthorn's history of all of this, specifically dealing with Baba Wenti of the Fairy Forest, Baba Wenti and her cronies, to word it like that, if you were to ever make a deal with them, it's very much just a you are doing what they say, get over it. You get what you get, and they get what they want. And otherwise, it is just a, if you don't agree to those terms, man, I hope you're good with a sword. Combined the two histories, as far as weaknesses go, they are very magic reliant. So if you were to have means of dispelling or somehow negating magic in any way, you will have either equaled the playing field or have the upper hand. On the flip side of that, again from Buckthorn's knowledge here, Hexbloods, seemingly who do not have the same magical capabilities as hags in their fullest, do have martial prowess to them to compensate, but they will typically combine the two together in a interesting synergy. For Howlin with the natural 20, thinking about comparing this individual to a monster that you would hunt, you know that typically lone animals, lone beasts, lone monsters do not last long. So the chances of this person having backup in some variety to manage to contain this town and do what they seemingly are setting out to do, it's more than likely that they have backup of some variety, which probably leads you to the idea of those chuckleheads over at the mine. Mm-hmm. Chances are also that if they have fewer numbers, they are going to be pulled up. It's going to be a matter of if a creature feels panicked, what will they do? They back themselves into a corner or their den, and they wait for their attacker to come to them. Mm-hmm. Probably what's gonna happen here. And then even further, thinking beyond just monsters, but thinking of something with intelligence, if they already know that they aren't going to fight on anybody else's terms, chances of them having some traps of variety are very high.
Mm. Yes, we don't want to fight a hag in her lair, more hexblood in its. I think the best way forward, at the very least, would be to cause a commotion, draw them out, if we can. If not, we could always attempt to invade the lair. I mean, traps are not foolproof. Either way, we take a big risk.
Imra's gonna nod and toss in his 2 cents here, saying, yeah, it is gonna be a giant risk. It's gonna be a huge risk, actually. But if I was them, and if I was in their position, why would I leave? Why? I would know that somebody has to come to me if they want the problem solved. If they're gonna leave, that's, I think, really stupid of them. But if
there has to be something they want.
He kind of like hand gestures around. I think they already have it.
Not for good. I need the people of this village to mine.
Then does that bring us back to our original plan? Make them stop? That's a commotion.
So.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose we should speak to Hedda.
I think we should speak to all. Well, it might be wise to gather a little more information first.
Asher did ask a lot about the loved ones and stuff when we were talking in the mine, so I don't know if that's the kind of information you're talking about.
I mean about what we're facing, our foe.
Can we,
than-
without causing a ruckus by going close to the... Like, we've thought about it a lot. I'm just wondering what other ways we can gather information about the hag without actually instigating the situation.
Well, we've got several stealthy people. I can turn into animals.
I still don't know that. I am very stealthy.
Yeah.
Very stealthy. I have an unseen servant that can do stuff. That's not really helpful here. I'm just thinking. I feel like Helen's just relaying information to you all and then watching you piece it together.
I will say for player knowledge here, as a gentle reminder of, they probably already know that you guys are making a stir, seeing as you sent somebody invisible to investigate.
Yes.
So chances are they already know of your existence. They know you're plotting something. Maybe.
Yeah, I want to escalate that.
You want to?
Yeah, as in if they have the inkling that we're causing a problem, I want to make it worse so they don't just have an inkling, they know and they come out and act, and do something about it. Like, the only other way we can gather information is either, I don't know if our little dragon friend would have any more information, but I doubt it. Otherwise, yes, we could send someone kind of maybe with flight in, but this all does run the risk of getting spotted and fighting at the lair.
Yeah.
Which would be my biggest concern, is to just kind of trip the trap earlier than we intended.
Yeah, that is the risk.
Imra's gonna say one final thing to have at least his feelings known on this. And he's gonna say, I understand the plan, I understand the idea. I do. But just for me, my feeling on this is that if I can't walk in to an obvious place of danger, an obvious trap, an obvious problem where I'm at a deficit, then I can't walk into Mulder Port. Because that's exactly what I am doing. That is exactly what I have dragged you four out here to do, is to walk into a place of hostility where one man has a hell of a lot of power there right now. Where it's obviously dangerous, where it's obvious that I'm walking in to my own trap. If I can't do this now, I can't do it then.
Then we should enter.
No one said you have to walk into a trap without being smart about it.
Of course.
Walk into danger, sure. But do it smart, for the sake of the people who care about you. I understand how you feel. But you can't just risk your life willy-nilly. Not when you have people waiting for you on the other side.
Asher's right. As he often is.
Asher shrugs.
Helen was completely supported Inra and now is looking like, oh? Gives
We'll
Inra
do
a side
this.
look of like, oh, I thought that would be the end of it. Never mind.
We'll do this. We will.
We'll walk into the lion's den, but nothing says we can't agitate the lion a little bit before we step in.
I'm okay with that. Alright.
Shall we divide and conquer?
Let's make it happen.
All right, so who's the stealthiest of us? Are we gonna so divide and conquer? Are we saying like half of us is gonna go talk to the village and half of us is going to investigate? Is that what we're thinking?
That was my thought of
Okay.
some people are on recon and some people are on sedition.
Yeah. Yeah, my immediate thought would be Asher and Buckthorn on the social aspect, so to speak, and that would leave Kim and Howlin for recon. But
I will say, mechanically, I can go. I'm like, no. Mechanically speaking, my job is as a bard to convince people of things.
yeah.
That is kind of what I'm built for.
Yeah.
I am also just very stealthy naturally because I'm an owl.
An owl.
Yeah. And Asher is kind of leaning towards talking to the villagers because he has a kind of personal angle about what's going on that he feels he can play a bit. So I'd be inclined, and Asher as a character would be inclined just to talk to the villagers, but if you want him elsewhere, you can put him elsewhere. He's not like married to that idea. But so Howlin and Asher could stay.
Yeah. I kind of like
smash.
that. Yeah. I like the idea of Howlin, Inra, and Asher being like, break free your chains!
No, I do think that there has been like a benchmark set of like the moving power of music that I'm feeling very inspired to go and do bard things.
Yes.
As opposed to hunter things, if that counts for
Yeah.
anything.
Sure.
I also like the idea of Kim and Buckthorn, who have hag problems teaming up.
Yeah. That is cool.
Yeah.
And Kim can fly,
also,
and
like-
Buckhorn can also fly, arguably.
Yeah. I can't actually fly yet. That's next level.
I can make you fly.
Okay.
True.
That sounded like a threat.
There's a
It's
flying
good.
toad coming through the air.
We are thousands of feet in the air.
Yes, I can turn into various animals, but I can also summon literal lightning. So I would do pretty
You'll manage.
okay in a magic v magic fight.
That would
Yeah.
certainly let us know you're in trouble.
Yes.
Crack of lightning.
Yes, it
Okay, we
would.
gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you guys have hag baggage.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So the teams are Asher, Howlin, Inra, Buckthorn, Kim.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
The boys are going to start a strike. The boys are unionizing.
Unionizing against the hag. Yep. That's what we're doing.
All right. And you other two are going to be scouting.
Yes. I would like to ask Karma if they would be able to lead us in the direction of the hag's blood.
As you make that request, they look to Inra, and Inra like looks to them, looks back to Buckthorn, and is like, and nods like, "Hey, no, go ahead." And Karma jumps up onto your shoulder, Buckthorn, and says,
I'll guide the way.
Many thanks.
"All right." So for the brevity's sake, we'll dodge the roleplay on this one and have it just be montage of dice rolls and the descriptions of what happens and what you guys see. So we'll start with the triple group here. Or
The Beastie Boys.
the Beastie Boys. So trying to get the people to stop doing what they're doing. Is it just going to be a matter of, trying to talk to everybody individually and then letting them convene on their own? Or is this you're trying to gather a large group of people and speak to them and plead your case?
I'm leaning towards the latter.
Yeah,
I would
I'm
suggest
thinking
the latter.
Howlin, like Asher has
I would-
some things he would say, and I feel like they'd be backed by Howlin, doing like a little bit of a performance, maybe.
No, I imagine like it's something I imagine how Len would discuss with Inra of like we will pull everyone together to listen to the music, and then while they're here, we can begin to talk about why they're here. So like everyone's together and in an amiable mood and ready to receive information, and when we eventually do tell them what the information is, then we can like music sandwich it so it's good to receive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Howlin and Inra are about to invent punk rock. I'm so excited for them.
Yes. I imagine Helen asking Inra for little like rhymes to go with potential lyrics. Just as an aside.
Okay. Oh boy, he's gonna not be great at that, but he's gonna try. Also, just as an aside to give you guys an idea of how this may potentially go, Tessie was there for this whole experience with the dragon and everything. So she will mention to you guys, but directing towards Asher and Kant, that chances are that everybody's going to be very hard to convince on that, where she says, that she has no family lost, but she even still has hesitation running the risk of having the families and other villagers be hurt or killed. She understands the point that you guys are trying to make and why you guys are doing it, but she just says, it's going to be hard to convince, nonetheless.
Yep. Expected nothing less.
Is there a way that we can also kind of reassure them that we will be the defining factor between victory? Kind of like this isn't going to fall back on you. It will fall on us, brave heroes. That kind of thing.
It's
I know
possible.
that it's hard because all of that, but maybe we can convince them with that's a kind of very Howlin approach of but if I showed you how good I am, then you would be reassured.
I mean, add it to the argument.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Going to be.
My cousin Buckthorn is very good at this.
No matter what you guys bring to the table, I'm not going to immediately ex-nay it from the realm of possibility. It's all to the dice rolls here, and we'll see what happens. So we will.
Would anybody like an enhance ability?
Ooh. You want to just read off the spell?
You touch a creature and bestow upon it a magical enhancement. You can get advantage on charisma checks. Is what I would cast, basically. To be more convincing. And it lasts for an hour.
And I do imagine Asher to be the main one who's going to be talking the point of, lay down your pickaxes kind of angle. So he could take it. I don't know.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at my own little spells that I have. No, I shouldn't use Enthrall.
That might not provide the effect that you want.
No, I'm just quickly reading through all of my heroism. Hypnotic pattern. Just go to sleep.
I mean, if push comes to shove and you need to run away from a bunch of pitchforks, that's a good one to have as a whoop.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't want to hurt you. Bye.
I apologize.
I think I'll just be banking on my flat persuasion skills then.
Good. All right. So what I'll have happen first is performance. Just to see, how many people gather up and everything. You guys aren't shit. So it's not going to be oh, you play horribly. No. It's just a matter of are people intrigued enough, because it is at the end of a long day for everybody. Everybody is winding down. So let's see how many people you can gather. I'm going to have inner roll performance as well.
Question. Would it be smarter to give the enhance ability to Asher or to Inra?
Inra, he has proficiency with his instrument, so I'm tossing that into the mix for him. But otherwise it's only a simple +3. He doesn't really have a huge charisma.
Okay.
Maybe he can mainly be part of the music part.
Okay.
If he
I will cast enhance ability Eagle Splendor on Asher.
Cool.
Nice.
Right.
I am also a bird now.
That's a dope name.
What's it look like?
Good question. I think what happens is that Buckthorn does a little forehead to forehead touch. and
Oh.
there's like the smell of like blossoms of spring, and Asher feels himself stand up a little straighter, his voice come a little smoother, words come to his mind a little quicker. Just feel like a best version of yourself.
Good. I'll need it. He'll thank Buckthorn for that quietly as they kind of part.
Oh yeah. All right. Performance.
Be safe.
You as well.
In
Let
How does
Alan
work?
go. Use inspiration.
Why? Oh.
This is important.
Oh, one of the inspirations from the pool.
Yeah.
Do I have anything
Yes.
myself that could give me inspiration?
No, you cannot bardic inspiration yourself. And no.
Oh,
other
like, sorry,
thing.
advantage is what I meant. No, not really. My instrument, no. Okay, never mind. I will, thank you, I'll take from the pool.
Yes, it is a D8 for you guys now.
Huh?
Roll a d8. With
Yeah,
inspiration in this game,
Oh.
it's roll a extra dice, not reroll.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Roll a d8. There it is. To everyone.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, you're in luck because guess what? Natural 20 from Inra.
Hey!
Yay!
Thank you, Inra.
Oh,
Thank you,
God.
Inra.
So sorry. Maybe I can help with the persuasion part instead.
I have rolled any point really here natural 20s tonight. Okay.
Yeah, you want to swap out
Yeah,
the dice
you're
before
right.
we start a fight?
I might. You both put on your performance, and many people are enthralled. Granted, it's not 2 natural 20s, but it is still pretty high as far as the roll goes. You will collect a good number of the village, maybe like 2/3 of everybody starts just coming out of their homes, their tents, and what have you, and are interested as there's a little platform in the village that's right next to what you can imagine is like their tavern and or what have you, and everybody just gathers up in front of that, and with everyone gathered and the performance ending, I then turn it over to the persuasive crew, which Inra will stay the fuck out of. He's not.
Did your job, son.
Fair.
Just do light background music.
Yeah, he just does the light background music. So I know that you guys have made like the points of the arguments that you want to make to everybody here, but your ultimate goal, just so I understand this again, is just to have them not go to the mine, not feed the fire as it was, and have them put their trust in you guys that you can solve this problem.
Yeah, instead of these heartless creatures that
Yeah.
have no reason to keep their deal to you. And Asher is also contributing the argument that he, and Howland will hear this, that he lost his brother to a power that was out of his control and did not bend to his pleading and begging. Don't fall for the same trickery that he did.
Yeah, it's very much a like they've held this over your head with no clear promise of their safety. There's no way for you to know that your loved ones are safe. You are banking on the word of people who are literally holding you prisoner.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Man,
Yeah.
the brother drop thing, I feel like that's effective. Like it's one
Yeah.
thing to have it like, intellectually stated to you, but yikes, the personal aspect.
Yeah, I'll let you do it. Like across the board, I already know that Asher has the advantage, but Howland get advantage too, just to help out here. Fuck it.
Nice.
Both
Okay.
advantage?
Yeah,
Is this persuasion?
Yes, persuasion.
Okay.
Go.
22.
You!
Nice.
Holy crap! Holy.
Perfect. As soon as I hear you start talking about that, I am on board in what's the word? He's doing better than Mim is. Endorsing
Insane?
you? No, like just
Encouraging?
amplifying what you're saying. There you go. I'm amplifying what Asher is putting forward.
Nice.
So you meet the DCs that I had in my head.
Oh damn.
Yes.
So well done. You make your case. You speak to them with facts, with an intellectual explanation, but then you appeal to the emotional side in full earnest. They can tell. They can feel that this isn't just you trying to convince in a very shallow way of just trying to get what you guys need. They can tell that you are looking out for them, and they understand that you all are in the same situation as they are, and if you have the means and the guts to do what they so desperately wish they could, go for it. And there's a point where even like they make this like a public council kind of a situation where everybody starts speaking their mind. Other people are trying to convince the others, and you all are there the whole time as Kim and Buckthorn are scouting, listening to these people come to this eventual consensus. And they agree with you. Well done.
Good job,
Oh my
team.
gosh. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Helen does a little wing. It's not a hug, but it is kind of like a wing shoulder jostle to you both. Like, we did it.
Yeah. All right. To Buckthorn and Kim, who are flying on Crow, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, Karma is going
With the
to...
guidance of Carden. Yeah.
Yeah. Karma will remain kind of like on the noggin of Crow, and using their tail to like point you in the directions as to where to fly. I'll say that you guys are high enough up smartly where, you know, you could not easily be seen. Especially using the fog to your advantage. Granted, you already know that you are basically in this hag's, you know, backyard, but chances are if they don't have a means to magically detect you, you know, hundreds of feet in the air, then they're not going to see you.
Mm-hmm.
But what you guys managed to notice is that in this environment, it seems very rocky, very little vegetation, a lot of plains, but a lot of these small like rolling hills. And you see in a very like a blemish on the landscape, you see this darkened mass of an area, and looks like one of the hills, but it seems to be growing with this exponential amount of vegetation very unnaturally in this area. And Karma makes a point of saying that's where they are. So I will have you both roll perception checks.
Yes.
Ooh.
Pretty good.
11.
Okay.
Can I get Crow to
Yes.
look? He has advantage on perception checks, right?
Yes.
You know,
looking.
Griffin?
Yes. I will. For Crow, I'm gonna have it be specifically like creatures, where, you know, if he, you know, picks up on that little movement, and obviously can notify you of that, not of any other details. But let's see what happens. See what Crow sees.
So 13 plus 1.
Looking at 17 and 11 and a 14. Then.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. So, again, you notice the details that I have just described.
Oh wait, perception plus 5.
Oh.
Sorry.
So 18.
Or Griffins. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Crow does not notice any movement outside of this, or around this hill mound, what have you. Buckthorn will notice that there is an entrance into it. So this is just like a small cave-like thing, small hut, mound, home, something along those lines. Kim's not going to notice anything that Buckthorn doesn't. At the 17, I will say, Buckthorn, you are going to notice that there is a gentle glow coming from within. This like purplish, pink, very, very vague through the fog and the vegetation that is growing around the entrance, but you can see it. You all do not see anybody or anything, any creature around that area.
Okay. Can we check for any sort of like triggers that might alert to our presence? Do you know what I mean?
Okay, let me think about that. Are you looking for like physical or like magical? I guess that's the next question.
Ideally both,
Okay,
but
ideally
if there's only one, magical, I would assume. Zeke?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
yeah.
shit's gonna lob you into a different dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, then I will have with that perception check. I'm gonna have it just be Buckthorn on this one. I'm gonna have it be Arcana.
Okay. Arcana. Not good.
Ooh.
Not that you notice. The most arcane looking thing would probably be the glowing in the cave.
Yeah.
And otherwise, if there was anything outside, this is a very open area. So unless it was like really well hidden or something along those lines, there's nothing outside. Which means it's probably a good thing. But
Yeah.
anything that is going to cause you problems is on the inside.
Yeah.
I guess when you assume you're all powerful, you don't really care that much about rats getting in because you can just explode them.
Yeah, honestly, best analogy, yeah.
Is there anything suspicious or otherworldly about the plant life that's around here?
Yes. Absolutely. I'm glad that you brought that up because that was almost a detail that I forgot to bring up to you. You already have a high nature skill, so I'm not even going to make you roll for this. The vegetation that is around this mound is not of the material plane whatsoever. It is verdant and lush to begin with, but you can also see little bits where it's vibrantly colorful. Like it's like the Feywild's just poking through.
Planes kind of mixing. Is that the vibe we're getting?
Planes mixing. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Anything else we can glean, cousin? Kim says jokingly.
Pardon? Is there anything else we can glean? There's no animals around here, I'm assuming.
None. Zip.
Yeah.
How sad.
Can you talk to any of the trees?
Yeah? But, like, what do you get from that, really?
What have they seen?
So, in this, I had mentioned it in passing, but in this area, it is, like, barren. Except for rocks, hills, and
trees.
That's it.
And
I mean, you
weird.
can talk to the grass.
The grass is kind of like a tree.
Tiny little
It's
trees.
plants.
If you really squint.
If you really squint and put your face right up against it, it's a tree.
Yeah, just lay down in the grass, squint a bit.
Those trees.
I don't think does talk with plants work with grass?
Talk with plants works with any plants. So
I mean, I'd allow the grass.
Tell me your secrets.
I can also commune with vegetation just in general. It's
that
like
could work.
yes.
I can't. They can't like talk back though. Is the main thing.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
I can influence them.
Hey, next time you see a head,
Whatever that
trip 'em.
means. Yeah.
Grass whisperer. You imbue plants within 30 feet of you with limited sentience and animation, giving the ability to communicate with you and follow your simple commands. It says nothing about what kind of plants they need to be. And grass is actually like intense.
Yes. That's a huge network that you're talking to.
That's like
Yeah.
I'm talking to like the fuzz on top and then like 2 feet of root network
Yeah.
underneath. I'm talking to
grass.
30 feet of like plant.
Yeah. But yeah, if you guys want to land like some distance away and communicate with the intense network of grass, I will totally allow that.
Yeah. Well, we do have parts of that trace, so we should be okay to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna make you guys roll stuff. Like,
And the
Nice.
we sneaking.
mm-hmm.
So yes, I can
Lord, we
in
sneaking.
fact use my Staff of the Woodlands. I did not recharge it, so
But you
That's
used it like
just-
way back when.
Yeah.
So I feel like you
Yeah.
would recharge it by now.
yes, it's been recharged. It's just like I keep forgetting to. So I used it for Pass Without a Trace today twice, so 2 of those, and then Pass Without Trace costs nothing. In which case, never mind. It's just at will.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Damn.
The Staff of the Woodlands is really, really good.
This is really good.
That's
Love it.
cool.
In which case, Speak with Plants just costs 3 charges, so we're fine.
Rock on. All right.
Rock on, more like grass on, am I right? How do you get negative inspiration?
You have disadvantage on all of your rolls for the rest of the game.
It'll be compensated when I roll a natural 20 in a combat. Don't worry.
Aw.
Yep.
All right. So you guys land. And how do you cast the Speak with Plants?
It's through my staff, so I imagine there's sort of like a sweeping motion that like sends little sort of particles, like a little bit pollen, a little bit flower petals.
Oh.
Little spores.
Yeah.
Nice.
That sort of gently wakes up the surrounding plant life.
Awesome.
They don't grow eyes or anything. This isn't Banjo-Kazooie or other Rareware games.
Mm-hmm.
Yet.
Not in this universe. Maybe in other ones.
Yeah.
And
All right. So you cast a spell, and as the pollen and petals land on the grass within the radius of the spell, you start to hear like I will say hundreds of like little voices that sound like, you guys ever done like the grass whistle where you put the blade of grass between your 2 thumbs?
Oh,
and
yeah.
yeah, you blow into it. That's kind of what they sound like, just like
Oh.
as they're coming to brief sentience.
Just a chorus of little guys.
Is of course a little
Love
guys.
little guys.
So is it just you ask them several, like, is it like a speak
I
with
can
dead,
talk
or-
to them for 10 minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
rock on. Okay, cool. So what do you want to ask them?
Who lives in that place over there?
Okay, I have to think about this. How would grass describe this?
Purely from a foot-based perspective.
Yeah, from a foot-based perspective.
oh god.
Large bird. And oh god, grass, come on, work with me. And moving darkness.
Ooh.
Okay. Gosh.
That's it though. Like there's no other living beings have marched through here. Just that. That's all they.
Mhm.
That's all they know, yeah.
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 That's not a bad thing. It
That's
excludes a lot
kind
of
of a
other
good
things.
thing.
Yeah.
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 No, it's not a bad thing. I'm just.
Yeah. How often do they come in and out?
God, what is grass's understanding of time?
Yes.
Well, daylight.
Wait,
you know.
sun up and sundown.
Is there a sun up here and sun down here? I forgot.
Barely.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Enough.
Oh boy.
Tiny grass is sleeping. Does grass sleep?
Does grass understand concept of time?
I
Look,
think they would say
time is a metabolic process, so yes.
Yeah. So I would say for them, they would say because there's no real sun hitting them, it'll say every dimming.
Oh.
Okay.
Just the shadows or the bird too?
Just
I'll ask
moving
that.
darkness.
Just moving darkness.
Hmm.
The large bird stays inside.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
How large is large bird?
How much grass is squished when this large bird comes by?
U size.
It can. Oh, okay. Size. Okay, medium. Okay. That's a large bird, but it's not a giant bird.
That's a
We need it.
destroyable bird.
That's
It's
not a
tiny with just
mechanically.
big flippers.
It's not a mechanically large bird.
Mm.
So basically, what I want to find out is what's going on.
What is going on in the simplest way, with the not the best connection to the grass? It is very much there is a disturbance where the to put it shortly, the melding of planes here makes it a little bit weird, and seemingly in the path of the quote-unquote moving darkness, that grass is dead. And like you can actually kind of feel where there is these moving or like these just these lines through the grass leading great distances, where they have passed through, and that grass is completely dead, but through whatever means, like the transmutation that you guys had felt at the mine, they've been rejuvenated, quote unquote. It's almost like it's temporary for as long as this melding of the planes exists.
Just imagining Buckthorn like ear to the floor, or like holding the staff out like a microphone for this entire time, but with the perplexed look of like, I don't know what you're saying.
It's like I'm really having to translate like the experiences of being stepped on at various dimmings and brightnesses
Into
to
usable
sort of-
information.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
doing great, cousin.
what we know is that there's a large bird-like creature. Uncertain if it's bird all the way down or just bird on the feet.
Or if it casts a bird-shaped shadow,
Yeah.
you know, like Howl style.
Yeah,
He was a
yeah.
bird.
He was sometimes a bird. But it seems like it doesn't come out that often.
Mhm.
I think we've gotten about as much information from here that we can without
Yeah.
actually looking inside.
Yep.
So I think what I would like to do is thank Karma for their guidance and say that they can return to Inra if they like, or they can wait here with us. I want to wild shape into... I think I'm gonna be a lizard again, a gecko. That's one of my, or a spider.
Okay.
A spider might be fitting.
Mm.
Yeah, it's pretty fitting.
To try and like very delicately climb in through the roof of the cave.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right.
Because I'm
Nice.
assuming it doesn't think that like we're gonna be walking on the ceiling.
That's
How long does Pass Without a Trace last?
An hour.
an hour, so very feasible to have happen. So Karma will tell you that if you do want to go back to Medensk, all you have to do is walk in any direction. But if you want to
okay.
find here, you need Karma to basically negate what the weirdness. Yeah. So just for sake of brevity, would you want to be waiting there at the particular point for the others to convene with you? Or would you want to go back to the town after you're done here?
I think probably go back to the town after we're done here.
Okay, sounds good.
If we can.
Okay.
And obviously, like, if we get in trouble, then please call the others.
Sounds good. So, Carmo then will go back and, just for brevity, they will explain what has been seen from Kim's and Buckthorn's mouth to their ears to everybody, so everyone's on the same page as quickly as possible. So, well, if you guys are staying out there, I think Inra might make the point of like, well, I'm not fucking leaving them out there, so you just he might want to boogie on.
All the miners need to do is not.
Yeah, it's just not do what they do.
Instruct them like, stay here, stay inside, just look out for each other. We'll deal with the rest.
Yeah. And I'll leave with a flourish of like confidence boosting excellence. You know.
Hell yeah.
Look at how we fly. Look at how we walk. Don't we inspire you all? Inra scampering around like, sorry, yeah, I'm gonna, whatever, man.
Yeah.
We hang back until Buckthorn comes out, unless he doesn't, and that's when we have a problem.
Yeah.
Cool. So yes, I would like to. I will turn into a spider, just your average orb weaver.
Oh, yuck.
Cool.
Nice.
High five. All right.
Look, there are nice spiders, and orb weavers are not nice spiders.
So it'll take you some time to crawl your way over, leaving Kim into the fog.
I'm assuming like Kim hucked me on a drag line of silk
That's
into
awesome.
the cave.
Yep.
That's
I was like,
awesome.
Buckthorn says, I'm going to turn into a spider and you are going to throw me into that cave as hard as you possibly can.
Okay.
So okay. All right. So here's how I'm imagining this going, because like when you were doing the speak with plants, you were obviously very like far away from the cave. It's very small. To put everything kind of into perspective here. So you're able to do things far away. You're still in the vicinity where the weirdness of the fog and these powers do not really affect you all that much. So what I can imagine here for a moment is Kim and Crow going up, Buckthorn dangling like Mission Impossible.
Yes.
Down.
Oh
Kim
God.
flying overhead like a bomber, and
Oh my God.
and Buckthorn just right
Hell yeah.
into the cave
Oh my
via
God.
the That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's just a single spider just like descending from the sky out of nowhere.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's just,
The
this is
tiniest.
again a regular spider.
Yeah.
It is not big.
Yeah.
It's not
yeah.
even like it's not even like big for normal spider size. It's just a plain old
regular plain old spider. Okay.
The way the
Yes.
camera pulls back and then you can't see shit. You just see Kim.
That's awesome. All right, so then you know what? Just I'm gonna do something here. Okay, cool. All right, so you are dropped right here.
Nice.
Goodbye, cousin.
It was nice knowing you. It was an honor to have worked with you.
Sometimes I can still hear his voice.
I'm not dead yet.
Yes.
Yet.
Oh gosh. So you are stealth bombed, Mission Impossible style into the cave. Your spider silk gets caught on the vines that block the entrance, and you detach, and you land you have full reign of the inside here.
Great.
I'm gonna say right off
Would
the
you
bat,
like
just
me-
make perception, just right off the bat first,
perception check.
as you're getting dropped in. Then I'll have you roll stealth.
23.
23.
Oh, yes, 'cause I had-
That's really good. Okay, so
What
first
do
and
my spider eyes see?
your little
All
spider
17
eyes.
of them.
Your little spider eyes will see that this is it's dim light in here. The fog does roll in here, but in a very thin layer along the floor. You can see the floor, so it's not like blocking any like tripwires or like bear traps just sticking up somewhere. It's not doing that. This is just a natural cave, but you can see that the obvious Feywild vegetation is thick and thriving in here. Yeah, 23. Immediately on the walls, dangling from like these metal eye hooks and rope, is like net wrapped. Looks to be Everbright crystals, but you notice that they have intricate little carvings in them. I'll get to that in a second. Looking down the cave entirely, it is a straight shot to the other end. You see that there is a large cauldron that is full, and it seems like the fog is actually like billowing out of that itself. You can also see that there is a small little campfire, and it is lit. It also has a smaller little pot or cauldron dangling above it. There is some bits of food that are just on a bench. You can't exactly tell what they are from there, but you see what is silhouetting the cauldron is a large crystal. It doesn't look ever bright from where you are. You'll have to get closer to know what it is, but you see that there is an even more intense difference in the vegetation and what is surrounding this cauldron. And currently right now, you see no one. Now I will have you roll stealth.
Okay.
That's without tracing all that.
Yep. So that's a 26.
Wow.
Just do a little. Okay. Sounds good.
26 pass without trace is MVP spell.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Abso-freaking-lutely. I spell so much. So where do you want to go and what do you wish to do?
I would like to spider scuttle over to one of these little wrapped Everbright crystals with the strange markings on them.
Okay.
Not necessarily touch them, but I want to get a better look at that.
All right. Sounds good. Make an Arcana check right off the bat.
Okay. I don't get it.
Oh,
Ooh. Looking at the carvings, you can tell that like these are meant for some purpose. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna give it to you, but I see the 2. I was like, nah, not a 4. Nah. Most likely a spell or something along those lines. Nobody would be carving these things if it didn't serve a purpose. Just whatever that purpose is, you have no idea.
I imagine it's a lot like trying to read somebody's bad handwriting.
Oh yeah, it's like
It's
reading a
just like
doctor's
a-
signature.
I just no fucking clue what that says.
Does the cheese look edible? That's my most important question. There's cheese and bread.
Oh, okay. Well,
When he gets there, we might find out.
I think I will simply bypass this crystal and make my way over towards the cauldron. I would be largely sticking to either the roof or the walls.
Okay, sounds good. Making your
And
way.
keeping an eye out for like any traps that like people walking on the floor might run into, to be honest.
Okay. Then I'll have you do investigation as well
Okay.
as you're moving along.
Investigation. Not very good at this.
Might work.
6.
Oh.
oh boy.
Looking at the
Like,
floor. Go ahead.
I'm just it's leaves. It's floor.
Yeah, leaves, floor, that's pretty much all that you see. You see, there's a lot of mud being tracked in here, a lot of vegetation. There are certain points where there are, like, laid down planks. Well, I say planks. Like, larger branches and what have you. Almost acting like a floor, though a very haggard-looking version of one. But no obvious traps that you notice. I will say, as you move along, though, you do see more of those crystals that are hanging from the ropes, marked. They're just hanging there in segments. Let's see. You will... No, I'm just going to move your mini forward here a little bit. When you get to this point, like heading towards the cauldron, you will notice you will first hear rustling. You'll hear the leaves being moved beneath and what sounds like something being dragged across the floor. And looking over to the left in like the little alcove, you will see a medium-sized individual, humanoid in appearance, with black feathers, bony protrusions coming out of their head like a crown, look very gaunt in these very simple cloth robes, and they're moving over a sack of something. The sack is closed, but they move it across the floor and seem to reach behind where that sack had been placed to pick up something that you can't necessarily see, but they hold it in between their index and thumb very gingerly and puts it in. They have like this little, I don't want to call it a fanny pack, but God, that's kind of what it is.
Pouch?
Not even really that. There's this belt going around them, and in the front is this little like wicker basket that seems to be holding like several things, but it's more like a wicker bowl. It's very shallow.
With the Adidas label on it, yeah?
Yeah.
Mommy bum bag.
Yeah.
And they put it into that.
Okay. I'd like to get closer and try to figure out what exactly they're picking at.
Okay.
I'd just like to get a closer look at this room in general, but I'm very curious what this, like, horrid... Ooh. This nasty guy is doing.
Yeah, real nasty. I'm going to have you roll stealth again, but you are a little spider. I'm keeping that very much in mind.
Okay. I will roll stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Another 26.
Okay.
I'm still under the effects of Pass Without Trace.
Yep. So you skiddy your way across the wall up over the ceiling and get a look at what they're picking at. No need for a perception check on this one, as there is an open sack, and looking inside there seems to be a vast collection of what looks to be ingredients of, like, there's specific twigs, dried herbs, stones, all manner of like spell casting, herbalism, alchemical ingredients. And it seems that the bag that they were moving has a hole in the back, and it seems that some of the things had fallen out, and that's what they are picking up.
I see. I'm proficient with herbalism kit. Would I be able to, like, figure out anything that these ingredients might make?
Ooh.
In specific?
Ooh. Yeah. You're proficient with it. I'm not gonna make you roll. I won't make you roll for this. As you just kind of like take stock. Actually, no. I am gonna make you roll for the more obscure things that could possibly happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, herbalism with wisdom.
Okay.
As the modifier, so you get a +7, I think.
Yeah, I'll roll medicine if that's all right, because that's basically the same skill.
Yeah, that's easy.
Oh, come on.
Aw.
Oh, dear cousin.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, dear.
Okay. All right.
So close to that. It's fine. It's fine. There's a lot of stuff. It's like asking somebody like, what are you gonna make with this like basket of onions and other vegetables and flour? It's like anything.
Soup. Yeah, anything really. Okay, so right off the bat, you know that there can be simple potions made. They literally like toxins for sure. Even healing potions are an option from what you can see. And nothing really else that jumps out at you, but there's a lot here for the basics. But as you examine them and as they pick up more ingredients, they make their way over to the cauldron and begin to treat the ingredients, like prepare them, and drop them in one at a time. And you will see that, or you will hear first the bubbling, and almost sounds like boiling, but less so, more like the chemical reaction, you know, like in chemistry class when you'd mix the two chemicals together and they'd foam up. That's what you hear. And then as more ingredients are being added, and very quietly certain incantations and chants are being said above from the Kenku's mouth. The fog bellows. Thank you.
Billows.
Goes upward and over the cauldron in a much larger mass, and it makes the fog around on the floor thicker for a moment, but then it moves outward like an ocean wave.
Interesting.
I also wanted to mention to you the crystal.
Yes.
I'm gonna have that one be nature with advantage. There's a reason for the advantage.
Okay. Much better.
There we go.
There it is.
24.
24. Okay. Instantaneously, you know what this crystal is. It is very rainbow, where the colors almost seem to shift within the crystal, or maybe the colors themselves, or I'm sorry, maybe the crystal itself is shifting and is changing color. You're not exactly sure, but that phenomenon is what tells you it is a Sylvan stone.
Ooh.
And it's a big one. And you would know that Sylvan stones are pretty rare, but can most commonly be found at the highway, we shall say, between the material plane and the Feywild. It's almost like Sylvan stones are like a natural growth when a portal is made.
Like mushrooms.
Yes.
Yes.
And sometimes, if people are trying to make their own portal, they will find Sylvan stones, cast certain enchantments and spells which you are not fully aware of, and will make their own that way. And it seems that this Hag's Blood has received or found a very large stone to make this happen. And looking at the vegetation, everything that has grown around the Sylvan Stone, it is Feywild 100%. There is like crystalline flowers. There are obviously like gentle plants that look like they're coral. It's not of the material plane whatsoever. So this is just solidified for you that this is the focal point of the weirdness.
Mm-hmm. So there's a Sylvan stone here.
Mm-hmm.
What puzzles me is like what it wants the Shatterbright stones for. Are there any in this room?
None. You have examined, I'm gonna say, with all the perception, all the investigation that you have done, not a single one is here.
Now that is strange. And it looks like the fog is coming from that cauldron.
Correct.
Is there anything I can deduce about this figure? Like, just watching its mannerism and listening to them talk to themselves and so on. Can I make an insight check, possibly?
I'm gonna let you...
What's the vibe here? Are you the architect of our demise? Or are you somehow stuck here as well? And just being a bitch because you're in a bad situation?
Roll insight, and then choose between investigation or perception as well. I'll have you do...
Oh, yeah. I'll do perception then. Okay. 11 for insight, 18 for perception.
Awesome. DC for the insight was 10, honestly. It's very obvious to tell the intent here. This is somebody who is maintaining a status quo of their own surmising. They want it this way, they desire it this way, and they are working continuously to keep it this way. And not only that, but this is the individual. From the description that you were given when Hedda told you how everything happened, this is them.
Yeah.
100%. And that's where
this is also the same figure that I saw in my vision.
Exactly. 100% is.
Well, it's good to be sure.
And with that 18, I'm going to give you more details about them.
Ooh.
You can see that along their arms there is like these painted, I don't want to say fully painted, but these marked like whitish gray like runes wrapping around completely from like tricep down to elbow before breaking, and then going from forearm to wrist. They also seem to have them like on the back of their head going down their neck, probably to their back where you can not see. But what you can tell as they turn, and it's almost like they're looking at you, but they're not. You know they're not. It's just their eyes, trailing across, looking at where they're going, but you almost swear for the slightest moment that their left eye like stops, glares at you, and then keeps going. It's uncanny and frightening.
I don't like that.
But as they turn, you hear like muted like clanging. I don't want to necessarily call it clanging, but it doesn't sound like metal. But you see wrapped around their neck is 2 necklaces. One is this I'd say about 8 centimeter long dark crystal. And it screams out to you just by your gut feeling alone. That's also where I'm giving you the insight as well for this. Something about that is magical. You're not sure what it does. You cannot identify it. As you think for a moment what it could possibly be, your eyes are taken away and you look at a wicker stick necklace that they have in the shape of a 3-pronged pitchfork, or depending on how you look at it, a chicken's leg.
Sign of the Babas.
Bingo.
Of course. Good. Well, I know who we're dealing with at the very least, and where their loyalties lie. I think in that case, I am going to spider sneak my way back out.
Alright, sounds good. Make one final stealth.
Loki, I hope you fail, cousin.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Yeah.
Helen, this is your fault.
Oh,
This is your fault.
Mim cursed me.
Am I a hag?
You should
Are
not
you
have
the
done-
drama?
Yeah, no, see, Helen would never have said that ever. Mim manifested that. So sorry, cousin Wink.
Well, this is about to get exciting.
That's a word for it.
I think I'm about to get squished.
Oh.
I tried to drag line down and then. Ooh.
I love it here.
You know, Mim,
So
as
sorry.
soon as you said the words, I had this gut feeling like there's gonna be a natural one. I look over. There's a natural one.
I have an evil kind of power. So sorry, Zeke.
It's fine. I'll get you back on Sunday.
Yeah, that's the problem. Man. You're talking to another god.
Buckthorn.
Hi.
As you skitter your way out to leave, you hear a crack, like a sickening crack. And you look back for a moment and you see where this hag's blood is standing. Their head is now completely like turned to not turned, is completely tilted to their one shoulder, almost as if it was jolted in that direction, and their neck had made this ungodly loud crack. And as it quickly returns back to position, there's a deep breath, and the head turns directly to you, and you hear this sickly crackling voice. And where are you going? And we will end session there.
This is fine.
You got cousin killed.
Oh, that was terrifying. Cousin, no! Howlen's gonna be more of Howlen, like, whoever manifested this, I loathe you.
Looking
Gee, I
into a
wonder who
mirror.
could have done this.
Yeah.
Well, it's fine.
Bucky!
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can drop my wild shape as a free action, and I can teleport, so I'm good. Don't
So
worry.
true, cousin. Yeah, no, we good. We'll see. And then Gray has time to figure out how to block what you just said.
Yeah. You just gave him your plan, you fool.
No, they already had their own plan, and I'm sticking to it. So,
Okay.
Oh,
How kind of you.
integrity.
yay.
Question,
Yes.
Gray. My Folkluken Bandor. It's got sorry, should I stop? It's
I didn't know you speak German. Mim, do you need to spell prep?
no, I
Nope,
don't think
because
so.
bards don't have to change up their spells.
I don't have to think very much at all about my skills.
I'm just that good.
When I learn a skill, I cannot limit myself from them. They must all be at my disposal.
Oh.
Howlen Fairfeather the Fourth of the Eventell Wilders, specifically Wilders of the Talon, like going through this like otherwise quiet shuffling crowd is what I imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The most morose, just parade of miners, and then Howlin' Fairfeather comes through.
The fourth.
Sparkling, shimmering, splendid.
Tell me, princess, now when did?
No, it's more
Finish it, Inra, finish it, Inra.
Huh?
the guy from Pocahontas. See how I glitter? That is Howlen.
No, I need to draw the line somewhere.
Oh, not Radcliffe.
Oh no.
Because that provides the visual. Oh god. Anyway, sorry. You know the little one that he's with just looks like Howlen
Oh, he's
and Inra.
manservant.
No.
Taking that all away. Horrid cursed thought.
Oh.
I need this to be erased.
Sombrero, cut that out.
Do not manifest this.
Someone might give us fan art.
We don't need that fan art.
Could I please be let into the map, by the way?
Oh yes. moment.
Let me in.
I want to bother the miners personally. I can't do that if I'm not in the game.
Howlin knocking on the door like, Gray.
Help!
Then
Let me in. All right.
It's like if Mothman just shows up at your window in the middle of the night. Like, hey,
disagree.
am I-
Mothman is sexy.
your version. Most of the other illustrations are like a blob.
Yeah.
Someone
Sexy.
decided to make a statue with a nice ass, but that could be said for many statues that are sculpted.
It's a prerequisite to statues, I think.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
What's going on?
Anyway, I'm also here.
Yeah. All right. I will.
Gang's all here.
I'll get you in. For some reason, the time of day is
Sombrero,
not the
please
one.
put a sexy Mothman on screen. Thank you.
Up to Sombrero to decide what counts as a sexy Mothman.
Yeah. I'm interested.
It's gonna be great. It's just gonna
Dealer's
be.
choice.
It's just gonna be an MS Paint. I know it's gonna be. Oh.
He's a huggy guy, but he doesn't get the chance to show it much because, like, one, Asher kind of doesn't.
Yeah.
Strike
No,
me
he's
as the
having
guy.
a full hug then. Pick him up with a hug. Yeah.
Yeah. Yay.
And Howland is weird.
Howlin.
What is a hug?
That explains a lot. That explains a lot.
Oh, it is some kind of wrestling maneuver.
Yeah.
Pin your foe.
Buckthorn goes to hug him and he's like, suplex! Boom!
And Buckthorn never hugged Alan again.
One of the horns just like snaps.
We just hear the accordion noise of Buckthorn's spine.
Aha, you thought you could best me when I least expected it.
I like the idea.
Very
of,
wise, cousin. I am not unaware of you.
I like the idea of suplex Buckthorn, like the antlers getting stuck in the ground, and like he's just like either standing completely upright like a board, or is like slumped over in like an arc.
Yeah. It's real ragdolling.
Interesting yoga maneuver.
God. So sorry.
I imagine this happened when, like, Howland was, like, 14 or something.
Yeah. Yeah. He probably knows now, do not suplex the ambassador.
Please don't suplex your cousin.
Some of them, yes.
Not this one, though.
Not this one. Oh god, it's awesome. All right. Excuse me. Ooh, coughing fit. I'm so happy I have a slider on my mic that I can just mute myself if I catch it.
Oh, wow.
Girl, same. I've been doing that with my sniffles.
Yeah. It's such a handy little
Trying to make
device.
it easy on Sombrero.
I'm sure he appreciates it. He's gonna yell at me saying, "You don't do that enough, man." I know.
You can stand it a bit more.
Trying my best.
And you see hands scooping into the crates, silently lifting the Shadowbright crystals and putting them into their bodies.
It's eating them. And then it's gonna eat me.
Oh my
In all seriousness, I'm imagining something a little bit more like No Face from Spirited Away.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
God, that was great though. just a fly landing on Asher's face and crawling across his forehead at the same time. Coo.
I'm picking up again tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. We have
Oh yeah, bro.
Oh. Nice.
Cedo when we get to Dallybrook. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Where you fucking been? I'm curious how the team's gonna react to your secret campaigns had in their own channel under their nose.
This is gonna be really funny. Spider, I almost discovered it.
How?
So because he was being a little shithead, and he went into
As usual.
yeah, as usual. He went into the campaign, and he made a dice roll that is just like high gray. And so he clicked that a bunch, and I was just like, oh, if he looked at the game log, he would see everybody was doing rolls. But but he didn't notice. He just walked in, pressed the button a few times, and walked out. I was like, oh my god, that's hysterical.
What do you do? What do you do when they have their sessions?
I just put in my own rolls a bajillion times. That way they don't get tired of scrolling back. Like,
it's like Spider walks in and we're all like pressed against the walls behind shelves and behind the door. He doesn't notice.
Croc moment.
Yeah. He walks out.
Oh my god, did you just make Cass? Is that what's happening here? Wait.
I mean, he was kind of inspired, but anyway, that's not the point.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
But yes.
oh, my heart. I made it happen, and I'm like, I need therapy.
I did it.
Your sun is glowing up.
Oh.
Thank you, Tessie, for the nat 20. You excellent person.
It's like she gets a candy.
Yeah. I just keep staring over at that nat 20 just in the dice box. I'm like, oh, that changed everything.
Yeah. Thank you, Tessie.
Tessie.
Patience.
Like, be smart about
Let's
this.
kill
Helen's
them.
like, who?
Let's kill them successfully.
Yeah. Let's not have reverse Uno. We die instead, okay? You hear me?
Oh, I can't do that.
I know that's the problem. That's just my opinion.
I can't, and now that Inra is back on this,
He can't either.
yes,
I look at Indra like I look at Daisy the donkey from.
I know, Ron.
It's
I
like
hear it
he has
in
a
your
token.
voice.
I'm just keenly aware that everything that gets like a token on the board can die.
No, it scares me because can you imagine the puzzle box? How fast we're gonna be booted out that server if Inra dies during our watch?
Listen, we have more
Please.
healers than they do, and they've kept him alive this long, and he has nearly died. He
Okay.
got like a thing through the heart at one point. And he literally went down and nearly died. So, and they don't have a healer. They have like a paladin that has lay on hands, and that's it.
Yeah. But it is very much like we are pet sitting and afraid.
Yeah. If
No,
this
100%.
pet gets out of the house, my whole life is going to become a living hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I was about to call him Theberton. I never can remember. I think it's how Len could not remember Therador's name, and so now I don't remember Therador's name. Can you imagine Theberton, Demetrius showing up at our doors? Who?
It's not even close.
Demetrius.
Yes.
Demetrius.
When I came from, call him Theodore. What are names that we can use for Therador? Theodore, Theramin, what's the other one I said? Therendor,
Yeah.
Theberton. I hope that the team uses this. I would never disrespect the others by misrepresenting their names like this.
Oh, don't worry.
Calling-
One of their nicknames for Therador is Theraflor, and that is on his wanted poster, so you're good.
Awesome. He gives off the energy of disrespect this name and household. I would never disrespect Eshael or Val that way.
Or is it? I think Theraflor is the name Robert took, and now that's on Robert's wanted poster. I can't quite remember. But I think Robert named himself Theraflor.
Have you eaten Vegemite before, Gray?
That's a solid maybe, and if I did, I do not remember.
Do not remember like repressed, or do not remember like?
That's an even better question. I feel like if it was really terrible, I would choose to remember it.
True.
But yeah, no, I don't think I. The more I think about it, the more I probably haven't. But
Right. I would like to inflict Vegemite on most of my overseas friends.
alright, I'll try. And
I love
find
it.
someone.
I'm eating a sandwich right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had Vegemite toast for breakfast.
Oh yeah, see?
Nice.
According to the internet, there is a quote Australian restaurant end quote near me, that says literally on when I look at the menu, the first thing is yes, there is Vegemite.
Oh god. I was gonna say it's not Outback Steakhouse, is it? But
No.
I don't think so.
No, something very different. But I do love that they're like, yes, there is Vegemite.
Yes.
All right, good to know.
Where to avoid the AOE of this place.
Yeah, I'll grab it. I'll see what it tastes like. I'll report back to you.
Eat it with butter, please.
With butter? Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Butter
don't-
on
not
toast.
anything. Yes.
Butter on toast.
You want
And then a little bit.
the barest scraping of
Yeah.
Vegemite or Marmite on freshly
Marmite.
buttered warm toast. Marmite
Okay,
and
you're-
Vegemite are
Similar. What?
they're both yeast extract.
Yeah, but one of them tastes different.
Have you compared the two?
Yes.
What's the difference then?
I feel like Marmite's sweeter and stickier.
Fair enough.
I agree. There's a difference.
Actually,
Send
I
me
don't actually know if I've
Vegemite.
eaten Marmite. I would, Zeke. I'm gonna bring it to you personally, okay?
Okay. Other possible names beginning with th that we could call Theodore. Thelonious, Themistocles,
Theseus?
Theodard,
Theodard?
Theocritus.
Theocritus?
Yeah.
My gosh. We need to
Which
get out of
means
the Greek
Judge of
territory.
God.
Wow, that's a banger name. You should keep that for Meta Blues. Theocritus.
Theodomir.
Theodomir. We gotta get out of the Grecian territory. How about like just Todd?
Thawed.
Thought. That's how when you hit him with a hammer. What was that?
Theodoric. Theodosia.
Theod. Okay. I've just echoed everything you said.
Theophania, which is the ancient form of Tiffany.
Ah. Tiffany. Tiffany sold to call, meeting many of these characters. Who would I want her to meet most? Who's the secretive one? Well, other than Asher.
Yeah, get me out of the frame.
Shale.
Is Shale?
A Shale.
Yeah.
A Shale,
Asher
totally.
is Shale and Tiffany sold to call sitting in a triangle. Just imagine it hitting you like dial tone. You're hearing like the surface level of like, I love the sunshine with like the depths of like, I've seen the secrets of the universe. Yeah. Just like dial up tones.
Love the sunshine. Love to see it again someday.
No.
We're trying, little grass.
I worship a different sun.
What?
We can get into that conversation right now.
Cool.
Mosquito quills out.
One hit point.
What?
And then he changes back.
Oh.
It's just one
Okay.
buffer point.
Okay.
We're good. It's fine.
Oh god.
He won't die that quickly.
Yeah, if somebody squishes me, I just turn it back into Buckthorn. It's fine.
That'd be so odd. Look at that spider. Whacks it. It turns into a grown ass man.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
This is somewhat unrelated. DM, it looks like this guy doesn't have feet. It looks like he has a snake tail.
Yeah, it's just the mini.
That's just the mini.
Yeah, that.
But
that
I
is
just wanted
the
to point it out.
mini. Yeah, he got a little tail.
Anyway.
Oh man. How exciting and horrifying.
So close to getting away clean. So close, one
So
check
close.
away.
It's always when the DMs like make one more X check. I'm like, this is where it all goes wrong.
Yeah, horrifically.
Here we are.
But not one, man. I didn't think.
Honestly, honest to God, if it was anything but a nat 1, it would have. So what would have happened was you wouldn't have passed their passive perception, and so then I would have done an active check. And if they rolled like dog shit, then obviously you'd get away clean. But if they rolled well, it still something would have happened, but it would not be equivalent to a natural 1.
No. It would have probably like been like tried to smack me or something, maybe. Or
A
just been like,
chase or-
weird spider.
God, I
Potentially.
hate spiders.
You live in a cave.
Or yum, a snack. Now there's an awkward image.
I mean, you'd probably win. That's actually a very good point.
Noms on you, pops into to buckthorn form. Hey, how's it going?
Just like
This is awkward.
it's like you try to crunch the spider, or like
I'm talking about a
worst comes-
jawbreaker.
Yeah.
Banner.
It's either you crunch the spider or I get swallowed whole and then I just chest burst her out.
Yeah, yeah, that was my
Yeah.
other thought. Yeah.
In my,
Well,
I take 1 point of acid
Oh my god,
damage
it's the
and I
Thanos.
explode.
It's the Thanos all over again.
Zanus?
Yeah, Ant-Man can just go up into
Oh,
Thanos'
sorry.
anus.
oh
Pardon me.
Throat anus.
Sorry. I was like, what would you call the tube that connects the mouth and the ass? I guess it's the throat anus? The thanus. Look, sorry, Sombrero.
It's called the digestive tract.
Yeah, I know, but I'm like,
Yeah.
how would Sarah refer to this? You know?
That should never be your metric.
I know. I should never say those words out loud when they come to my mind.
Anyway, sorry for that.
Deeply
Please don't
sorry.
include it.
Please don't
Please.
put that in the blooper reel. Hey, my grandpa's a
Stop,
pastor.
Craig.
Can you
Tell Craig to stop.
Hey, Craig, do you want to
See you
It
next
makes
time.
it seem like this.
I was doodling. I'm gonna post my doodles in the chat.
Yes.
Trying to figure out how to draw an owl. Just been actually doing owl bird studies while the stream's going.
Oh, little Asher. Little face.
Yeah, so cute. Do 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 do. Hey do 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 do. Scooby doo 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 doo. Ew! Just saw the camera in.
Look how pretty I
Look at the gang.
Aw. That's awesome.
Oh, that's so
So
good.
lovely.
Alan does look very dashing in his little outfit.
Nice.
Yes. Little fancy lad.
Yeah.
I was thinking of his wings sometimes taking on like a cape-ish look, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah.
sick. I love that.
Yes.
Yeah, very nice.
Are you still doing commissions? I'll sketch commission you to draw Kim like fully.
I'd love to draw everyone just because. I should be doing commissions, but I'm just too busy.
Yeah. Oh, Buxton's toes are out. Put those away, girl.
I almost drew him in boots, and then I was like, "Oh my god, no! You're little
My
Nature
sandals.
boy.
My Birkenstocks.